Hello, darling. Hello, my dears. How are we today? Don't mind me, I'm going to have a bit of cake. Hello, hello. Hello, darlings. Hello, hello. Come on in. How do we do this evening? How's everybody's day been so far? Hello, hello. How goes? Oh my goodness. It's been a bit of a day. In a good way. In a very good way. Hello, darlings. Come on in. Come on in. How are you? Ah, Jewel. How are you doing, my dear? Hello, hello. It has been a good moment. How have you been, my love? Oh, let me make sure that I have... Oh, let me make sure that I have... There we go. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I forgot. Have to fidget with a few things. There we go. Should be a little bit easier. Hello, my darlings. Exhausted. Picked up an overnight second job. Oh, so you have... Oh, darling. Oh, that's rough. It is definitely rough. Yeah, right now I'm just, wing a prayer. I think I'm going to have to sign up for DoorDash again at this point, because, yeah, shit is not good right now. So what are we all up to? I'm sure we have plenty of questions, plenty of things to ask, plenty of things to say. Hi, Kia. Jasmine green tea. So it's only $5 per card. So if you want one card, it's $5. If you're getting like the full 10 card read, Celtic Cross, that's $50. So yeah, blinks and lie out, just go up. As soon as that's done, we're good to go, and I will read you live. Thank you, darling. You have no idea. I've finally become quite a bit more comfortable. So I took a little bit more initiative with some of my photography and videography. And it came out looking quite fantastic. Thank you, darling. Yes, I know, all of these lovely pearls. I had everything just absolutely in peak order. Oh, nice. Easter bunnies don't have elves. What do they have? Hello, Anima. Thank you, darling. It's basically every single strand of pearls that I own. I could not fit this onto my wrist because my wrist is slightly larger, about 8 inches, and this is, I think, only about 7.5, so it is what it is. Hello, darlings. How are we today? Newest pendant. By pendant, I mean like pendulum type thing. Where did I put? There we are. Hello, darlings. Hello, hello, hello. Come on in. Let's see. I think do I? Oh. No, I don't think I have any, I don't have any, party tricks on hand offhandedly, but I can go run and get some. egg painter. Aw, it's nice. I swear to God, this curl is a paid actor. Hello, darlings. Dun, dun. From JJ, and this time I decided to go through the little case. So, I've definitely come to the conclusion that my last apartment gave me a little bit of anxiety, PTSD. I love gray days. I love winds. I love a bit of rain. They are usually absolutely fantastic. Oh, you're packing. I'm so sorry, dear. At least it's some decent background, hopefully. But yes, we had winds yesterday, today, lots and lots of clouds, so I thought it was going to rain. And so I was on high alert all of last night. Apparently it's a phenomenon called fire watch. I did not sleep until about 7:30 this morning, and I only slept in like 30-minute little shifts till about 9. So yeah, I was running ragged all over the place. Just decided, you know what, fuck it. We're going to do some other stuff. We're going to go ahead and do some, what do you call it? Some picture taking, videography, photography in a different manner. So, yes, it was awful. But I did get some stuff done, and then for whatever reason that calmed me down enough that I could take a quick nap. So, yay. Oh, 1700s colonial, 40,000-year-old vampire, the persona in a bathroom, but I'm having a little bit cake before I put in the fangs. Hey, don't worry. Flippers down. Not everybody knows the shtick just yet, and not everybody reads. It's okay. Well, yes, I've been here since about January. But I've got a lot of anxiety to undo from my last place. I still need to follow up on that what do you call it? I still need to follow up on that letter of demand. One of these days, I promise I will. But yes, it was absolutely just figuring out that I now have anxiety so high that I cannot sleep anytime it looks like it's going to rain or be inclement, because every time it rained at my last apartment, it leaked through, and I ended up having to do, you know, spot checks all over the house to see where the leaks were coming through the roof. And they never fixed those correctly until it went critical mass. But yeah. Ah, thank you. Hello, darling. Bone and horn. This part is horn. This part is bone. Yeah, that last apartment was awful. I finally got out of there. It had black mold and vermin. And yeah, I'm so glad to be out of there. Yes. Yes. How is everyone? I'll be doing some ASMR a little bit later on with him. I can't quite form a full fist. You know, I get them done in a nice little place because I cannot be around at home acrylic. It has a very nasty reaction with me. But whatever they are using at this particular place that I go to, they are absolutely fantastic, and I don't seem to be having a reaction to it. No, I haven't been dragging them. I haven't been scratching them down rough surfaces, so they've retained quite a bit more of their sharpness this time around. Hello, darling. Oh, yes. It's the monomer. It's the type of monomer and the type of acrylic that you can use at home that does not suit me well. Apparently, I need salon grade, and no. Oh my god, absolutely divine. Yeah, like a French mousse cake, so like a cafe. Bit of chocolate, bit of coffee. Absolutely divine from JJ Bakeries. Not overly sweet, just the right amount of, a little bit of cream. Never he, him. Never he, him. She, her is working just fine today. They, them is also okay, but yeah, I'm definitely leaning hard towards the she, her today. Yay. Darling, it's absolutely divine. It's rich. And it's a sizable square. It's a good 4 inches by 4 inches. I'm going to have to eat this very, very slowly. I usually give myself at least 3 weeks in between each fill to give my nail beds a little extra time to rest. And it's not so much more nail. It's only about another 1/16 of an inch, so here. They really do. We embrace different ethnicities and cultures and recipes here. And we do have a bit better access to a lot of the ingredients, so I am fortunate in that particular regard. Oh, no, 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 no. Not milk. Jasmine green tea. Oh, I was in such a foul mood this morning that I needed something to calm me down, and I knew if I added more coffee to what I had already had from yesterday with the Vietnamese coffee, that I was going to be in bad straits. So, jasmine green tea, only about 75% sweet on that one. So yeah, just I love the coffee flavor on this. It's very rich. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. It's rich, it's sweet, but it's not overly so. It's not cloyingly so. And I think that's because they don't use nearly as much creams and sauces and ganaches in between. Just enough soak that it's there, just enough in between layers that it's good. Hello, my darlings. How are we doing this evening? I've had a good day. Got a lot of photos taken, some video work done. I was very happy with the results. Why, thank you, darling. Do you like my little shift dress? Hello, hello. Oh, it's not even quite green. Well, I've been eating a little something, so the black has faded. Well, not so much faded, but it's been mixed in with the golds, yes. Oh, good. And hopefully a good kind of interesting. Hello, darling. Oh, goodness. Yes, I had quite the lovely afternoon, and honestly, if I can somehow make a finish line sprint to paying my rent for this next month, I will be a very happy camper. And now that I have a few more things figured out, I'm feeling a little bit better. So yes, thank you, darling. Looking for one. Check either behind the bed or underneath it. It's always my downfall, is it'll slip behind something. Hello, darling. How are you doing? Now, we do have cards on. I'm sorry. We've got... There we go. Oh, well, I'm glad you made it this time around. Thank you, darling. I made it myself, actually. It's just basically a basic shift dress. You know, something loud, something nice, just a little cheeky. Hello, my darling Anubis. How do you do? Apparently we have a new flash goal. Oh, and it's hearts for the team. There we go. Apparently I need 24 hearts for the team. Yes, very much so. After this I'm going to be doing some ASMR as soon as I can locate my microphone, which I think I'm going to like tie onto my hand this time around. Oh. Take your time, look in the least likely spaces. Oh, yes. I can definitely put together, because this shouldn't be really over that expensive, roughly $40. No, I don't tend to read somebody unless they ask me to, unless I'm in quite the mood. Oh, to the gills, I'm guessing. To the absolute gills, especially if you've wounded your rib cage, my poor darling. Oh, yes. Just make sure if you're stuck in the recliner tonight to get a couple of pillows underneath the knees. That way you're not getting gravitational edema. Oh, maybe the shoe rack. Fair enough. Oh, thank you. Ah, yes, so if you go to... Oh, my goodness, you're moving quite fast. I appreciate this. If you go to the Blinks and Lio, it's only $5 per card, and you can get between 1 and 10 cards. Please do have a few free at that. And then also, if you just want to skip that and go straight through the gifting process here, a galaxy per card. I know it's quite a bit more expensive. It's because they take so much. But yes. Oh, you're taking a lovely bath. Well, I mean, when it comes to being a 304, you have to apply yourself. Even I am still refining myself. I am still a rookie in so many regards. But yeah, it takes refinement and it takes a lot of work. It takes so much work. I've been at it for over a year now, and I only now feel that I'm confident enough to be doing some more stuff. And I just did some fun stuff today. So yes. Right. Isn't it lovely? Aren't they absolutely wonderful? Thank you, darling. I'm feeling wonderful today. Had an absolutely wonderful afternoon making content and just, you know, getting everything put together. I have some editing that I need to do tonight and some ASMR that I need to film because I have all these lovely pearls put together. Well, yeah, 80s. Right, they have some of the most lovely, wonderful tips, even for just regular civilian folk. They are so good at giving you good salient knowledge that you can actually integrate. No, I would be a terrible Hogwarts professor. I would be an absolutely horrible Hogwarts professor. I would have smacked the shit out of Harry. He's a little pain in the ass. But B through C, I can't stand turfs, so I would have punched the author in the throat. So, yeah, I would have been terrible. Try putting down a bit of foil. Apparently the noise and the crinkling will just send them rocketing off. Yes, 304 Scorpio, Elizabeth's Daughter, Juicy Palmer 4.0, Pocket Nugs. I think it's Pocket Nugs 5.0. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really fantastic ones out there. Debunking anti-SW. Like, there are good allies, there are good service providers, education providers. We absolutely adore them. Fair enough. Fair. Sometimes cats just get it into their mind to do those things. Not too bad yesterday. So much better today. Even though I was at high alert fire watch, because of rain and whatnot, and because I was traumatized by my last apartment. I'm gonna put you up here because I just realized I would trip over you if I have to do anything. But yes, no, I just so much better today, especially after I got to make some content. I had a trusted friend that I was like, hey, I just need to, if you consent to it, can I show you this? I just need a quick critique. And they were like, that's really nice. And I'm like, really? And they're like, yes, I actually really like that. You did a really good job. I'm like, I needed that. Oh, hello, darling. How are you doing? Oh, thank you so much. So I am going to start putting out more audio. And I'm probably going to start doing some video. I already got photography down. But I figured that there would be I forgot what I was going to say. I had an absolute ADHD moment. I'm so sorry. Roommate has a cat and I was petting him today. You still have to brush cats. You really do. Because they can lick and everything, but you have to brush them because a lot of them have that very thick double coat. And yeah, it's the whole thing. Isn't the grace absolutely wonderful today? The curls are doing their thing. They are looking lovely. Just, oh. I basically did a little bit of beeswax through the hair right after I took a shower. And, oh, so good. Ooh, an audio. You know, an audiobook is not a bad idea. And I do happen to write. So if I was reading some of my own stuff, it would be easy enough because I'm the person who made it. Right. I do find it interesting that my grays tend to concentrate towards the front, but it creates such a lovely effect. Funny enough, let's see, what did I use today? Well, I did use honey shampoo, a little bit of lavender French milled soap with a good rough exfoliating net to get everything. And then, small amounts of Honest. It's a really nice lotion. I can actually put it on my face without it becoming too irritated, but yes. I tried so hard to read 50 Shades. I could not get past the first frickin' page. It is so badly written. So badly written and so much violation. It's such a bad representation of BDSM. Yes, darling, I am a witch. I've been practicing for 25 years now. So yes. No, I don't think I have. What book did they do? I'm not a big book talk girly just yet. Right now, I am a survival girly. As it were. Oh, nice. Thank you. So many people say Bridgerton. I'm not mad at this. I'm actually kind of find it fun. Maybe. Hello, darling. How are you? Oh God, they're devil worshippers. That is by and large. I know. I'll get to that. I'll promise. I'll get back to that point. Hello, Trip. But no, I think one of the largest misconceptions when it comes to witches is that witches are devil worshippers. We don't worship devils. The devil, as it were, is a Christian concept, and it honestly most witches do not follow Lucifer, aka the devil, aka Satan. A lot of us follow different gods. So yeah, it's annoying because when people come in and quote Bible verses and stuff at me as an ex-Christian, I find it hilarious because they're quoting Bible verses about witches. But that was something that was added to the Bible by the flaming homosexual King James. Which is so funny that King James, a flaming homosexual, did that. Because then in 1946, they changed the Bible to be incredibly homophobic via Bible verses. So I'm just like, oh, wonderful. They took out the verses about being a PDF and replaced it with homosexuality. So I tend to ask Hecate and Nyx. Witches predate Satan by Satan and Christianity as a whole by, like, we're talking thousands of years. Deity worship has been around for a very long time. Very, very, very long time. But yes, Hecate, Nyx, I've sort of been gently courting towards Osmodeus because he is both wrath and lust, two things that I've embodied quite heavily throughout my life. But right now I think I'm more focused on Hecate. I'm trying to take direction. I'm not always great at it. I'm just trying to also find the best deities for those who wish to be temple priestesses, those who wish to be of a very particular variety, because it is the chosen profession that I have right now, amongst, so many other fields as well, but it is a profession that I want to get into and stay in for a long time. I don't know why, but I've always gotten a weird read or weird feeling from Aphrodite. She is so heavily palm color coded, just love, but it doesn't always feel like erotic love. It feels much more like, love and beauty and her love seems to be incredibly fickle. I know she kind of got set with Hephaestus somewhat against her will and everything, but the way she flagrantly harms him and quite often goes off to gallivant with Ares. Kali Ma is a good one to have, honestly. Focus on Bastet. Well, yeah, it makes a good amount of sense. Hello, darling. How are you doing, Libra? Hello, baby Bastet. I've thought about Lilith, but Lilith also tends to have that component of aggression. I don't think I've quite found the one that I meant for just yet. Oh, no worries. Yeah, no, that's why, like, when I do my studying and when I sort of gently court, that's when I start to get a feel for them. And if I don't like the vibes, I'll be like, thank you, but apparently I'm not quite feeling it. Thank you, but thank you. Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I think most people would like to just hide. I don't blame you at all. Yes, no, I'm trying to think. I was tempted to court Gran Azili, but she is part of a closed practice, so I would not want to be untoward and piss her off, as it were. But yeah, there's got to be a deity that embodies a lot of this. Maybe if I describe it, maybe somebody will have a better read or can direct me in some sort of way. Darling, I felt that in the absolute depths of my soul. Oh, thank you so much for the heart. Yeah, they're having us do these little flash goals. My goodness, you are quick with the fingers tonight. I'm impressed. see if I can describe. Do you remember Legend, the movie with Tim Curry? He plays the Prince of Darkness. Has that beautiful banquet table set with all that very, very dark-colored fruit. Has that beautiful black dancer that turns Lily and puts her in that lovely, lovely dress. I want something like that. I always feel black and gold and red are the key colors. White, especially pearls, being an accent to that. Lots of like a vanity type mirror. I have a feeling if I ever do get a vanity, I will need to set it up almost like an altar place. Thank you, darling. But yes, I would love to find the right god, goddess, pantheon, or deities to work with in that particular regard, because I know what my skills are, and I would like to be able to refine those skills and really integrate them also with my practice. I kept trying to keep all of the different pieces of me separate, because that's, that's what you've been taught. You do this thing, but that's got to go over here. You do this thing, is, that very compartmentalization. And I'm like, you know what? No, screw it. I want to be witchy and I want to do all the things. I want to make it all as one. And add a little bit of my persona to it to, make it even more fun at that. Your skill set should not include fracturing ribs, my darling. Right. I'm hoping, I really do hope that they come towards me. Don't ask why, but I try not to lean too heavily on the Orisha, only because I am so I was raised so palm-colored that I feel almost like I would do them a disservice. And I know that's mostly in my own head, but it's just, I want to make sure that I am being respectable and respectful, because the last thing I want to do is piss off one that has a really strong punch to them, as it were. I'm just saying. Oh, yes. Thank you, darling. I don't know why I kept thinking that Oshun was masculine in nature. Is Oshun feminine? Maybe Isis. I know this is going to sound a little bit terrible, not that I'm overly mad at it. I need one that is either not married / tied to an overstanding masculine figure. I need a dominant femme, because dominant femme is what I want to embody, and dominant femme is what I want to that's what I want to court. I have trouble when masculine types try to assert themselves over my judgment, my want, my will. My submission is something that is earned and given, not something that can simply be taken. So I have found with not all of them, and not always to the worst extent, but a lot of male deities seem to take top billing, and when it comes to things like and beauty and whatnot, it doesn't always sit well with me. One of my friends said the Morgans, and I almost laughed in his face. No. I want people to come towards me, because fun times. I don't want to sword battle them into the great beyond. fun, but no. If you know what I mean. Oh, cool. Honestly, today I just did honey conditioner, a little bit of deep conditioner, and then beeswax. Once I was getting out, just warmed it between my palms and really got it, mixed through. Oh, thank you. I just regular late 1800s, early 1900s shift dress. So just light cotton, very, very comfortable. It has a cute hem, really, really cute hem. Beautiful embroidered cotton, and then just simply quickly made, and it absolutely, I love it. It's one of the few types of sleep shirts that I can actually exist in without having a panic attack. Oshun is definitely a mix of masculine and feminine. Traditionally more femme. Oh, fair enough. Maybe I need to do a bit more research then. Or maybe I was actually misspelling it, which doesn't surprise me. Ooh. Yes, but no. Hera is the goddess of mothers and children, but she also, she married her brother and clings to him, even while he is violently unfaithful to her. I know. I have a lot of big opinions. I've just been doing a lot of research as well, so yes. Thank you. I love that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, basically it's a bit of a black lip gloss / lipstick, and then just a little bit of a gold palette in between, a little bit of basically eye powder. Makes it much easier to drink from a straw, so. I need a goddess or a saint of like mistresses, 304s, temple priestesses, and nighttime workers. Because yeah. And I don't mind if there is a little bit of a sharpness to them, because the particular skill set that I have leans towards that needing of strength and control and the upper hand and the power dynamic, if you know what I mean. Sorry, I have to kind of code myself. Please. Hello, how you doing, Bree? Let's get that in, actually. Ah, there we go. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm awake. A little weary, but I also got some really good stuff done. I got content made. I got pictures taken. I got video photography done. So, yay! Also, I was able to pick up some candles: green, red, blue. Already had the orange one, and white. So I am planning on doing a candle blessing on Saturday. So if people want to come, if people want to donate towards, by all means, feel free. I would very much appreciate it. Why do I suddenly want to look up as Shara? Maybe as Shara. And then, oh yes, if you were here last night, we found out that I actually do have a use for the rosary, which I find hilarious. I wish I was looking for a good black flame, like a black tower candle. Tower just being size, basically. But I have not been able to find one that I've really liked lately. That wasn't just absorbently expensive. Fair. You're very fair on that one, Sierra. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all, honestly. Esoteric shops, metaphysical shops. There is a place in Long Beach that I would normally go to. It's about 40 minutes away from here, but there's a place in Long Beach that I go to that I get a lot of my herbs from and a lot of my candles from. And I want to say that the candle runs about $10 to $12 roughly. But yeah, they're the nice big solid candle. Sometimes I use the chime candles, but I'm like, tower candles seem good just because I'll be able to actually burn them for an extended period of time rather than doing it for a short period of time. But yes. No, oh well, because I went there by the I went by the $1.25 store today because I figured if I'm going to be picking these up, I need to basically have a good a blank slate as possible, and at a $1.25 store, they don't bless shit. So yeah, I was like, you know what? I'll grab it on the cheap and cheerful. That and I also do want to teach like beginner witches and whatnot that you don't have to go to a metaphysical store or spend an exorbitant amount of money in order to get your supplies or in order to do your craft. The last thing we need to do is have capitalism consume witchcraft, spell casting and the like. That is supposed to be for everyone. So I like to find little workarounds here and there where I can, and it makes it a little bit nicer, a little bit easier. But yeah. I don't know exactly what we're going to have for dinner. But I did have a lovely pork song meat bun today. I've got some fresh white bread from JJ Bakeries, so I think I might either do a sandwich or maybe like a grilled cheese, because that suddenly sounds really, really good. I just have to figure out if I have tomato sauce so that I can make tomato soup. But yes. Other than that, honestly, there's a good half a chance that I am going to, when I get off tonight at about 9 o'clock, just absolutely pass the fuck out. So, yes. Right, that part. Stretch that green linen. Now, I do need to get my rent paid, so I am doing tarot card readings. I am listing artwork up on my Mayhem Market. If you need commissions for anything, by all means, ask. I will absolutely give you a quote, a price, and whatnot. Hello, darling. How are you doing, Mads? Yes. I'm trying to figure out exactly what to film. I'm always a little confused about that. Mostly because I'm like, I don't know, my life is always hectic and da 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 da. Like today, like if I had filmed today, it would have been 4 a.m. I'm still awake. I don't know why. I think it's because I think it's about to rain and I cannot sleep. 7:30. I am still awake. What the fuck? 9 o'clock. 9:30. Okay, I'm awake. I'm up. We're good. Fair enough. Actually, that's honestly not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all. Honestly, maybe I should start blessing the sites that I'm on. Okay, we're doing this. Manifesting. Bring up the page. Here's what we're gonna eat. Here's what we're gonna do. Honestly, I did put in the extra effort. I pulled what I wanted to wear today. Got that all nicely set up. Picked out my fishnets, picked out my garters, my underpinnings, got all of the jewelry together. A 304, spicy. I'm not a full service worker. I'm a digital courtesan. There's the overall arcing term covers a ginormous amount of jobs. So whether that is live camera, picture taking, filming, what are they called? A mattress actress, which is not me. Well, we'll work on that. Full service workers, massage, sometimes even professional cuddlers, people who do the power dynamic stuff, which is what I lean towards. And that's what I'm trying to get all, better at. All of that falls under the SW umbrella. 304 tends to be people who do full services, in-person services, whereas I am still digital. So I can sort of claim that title, I believe, but I don't fully claim that title, and I will always defer to the 304s on the blade, as they call it out here. People who are actually, face to face, person to person. Oh, don't worry. Even I was like, is this an area code, or is this a is it a what do you call it? Codes, like 420 is a code. I was like, is 304 that kind of code? You know what? Whichever, whatever, I jump in. I will accept it as it goes, and I've been educating myself heavily over the last little over a year now. I'm still very much a rookie, very, very, very much a rookie. But I really do want to grow and build a larger audience. But yes. Oh, so I'm still I'm still talking gently back and forth. I think I'm going to make slow, gentle forays. I have to get out of my my bit of introversion. It's sometimes, I know it's so easy to talk here, but sometimes I am worried because I am quieter in my living style, or at least I was quieter in my living style for quite some time, or because I'm a rookie in a lot of areas, and not directly in contact with the community. I'm like, okay, well, I've got to build there so that they know that I am a safe person, that I actually belong in that community, Yes. Oh, a munch is a get-together of lifestyle community members, and it's literally there's no play going on. You're sitting, you're having some drinks, you're sharing some food, you're talking, you're getting to know each other. It's like a mixer, but there is absolutely no, oh, we're going to be doing things later on. It's much more, oh my goodness, how are you? Oh, did you go to this place? Oh yes, we went over to this party, but you have to get you have to get vetted over here and whatnot, and they have a lovely setup, and oh my goodness, you should have heard the stories. So yeah, it's absolutely lovely, and I love it. Hello, how do you do? Oh yeah, you're unfrozen, thank goodness. How are you doing, Trip? But yes, no, I definitely want to grow my audience in other places. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to market myself, and I'm at this point I will take any advice from more established community members, because growth has been difficult, and I know they say consistency. Well, I can only be so consistent before my brain goes, I'm gonna go over to a corner and cry for the next 2 weeks. I'm like, fuck. but I finally did get some more bold things done today. So, and it came out so well. I, like, for the longest time I've been taking pictures, just, regular fanciful, corseted pictures and whatnot. I'm going, I'm like, yeah, but even it doesn't quite, no. Doesn't speak to me. Did you lose me? I hope you didn't lose me. Hello, Nancy. Hello. How do you do? But yeah, no, today I finally took a very bold step forward, and I very much liked the photographic and recorded results, as it were. Are we dating again? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Yes, of course you may share my life. I have not started dating again. Again, I'm very, very particular, and it takes me a good. It takes me a little while to actually what's the word I'm looking for? It takes me a little while to get to know somebody well enough that I'd be comfortable dating them, especially since A, I am part of the lifestyle, B, I am that kind of worker, or at least that is one of the jobs that I have. I need to know that I am. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. As long as you're over 18 and the people that you are referring it to are also over 18, that is okay. If it is minors, no, absolutely not. Mostly because I don't want to put them in a situation where they're aggressive adults who decide, oh, that's a soft target, let me go after them. I have a very short temper for that kind of thing. So it's everybody's safety and comfort, basically. But yes, if I were to start dating, I need to know that the person. Thank you. Yes, if I was to start dating, I would need to know that the person that I am going to get into a relationship with knows about my proclivities, knows about a couple of my revenue streams, and would either not interfere or would not have massive objections. And if they had major objections, then I would not be able to date them, just for their own safety and my own mental health and happiness. Because I'm in my 40s. I'm a whole grown-ass adult. I am not about to change for somebody else's lifestyle. What's the word I'm looking for? I won't change for somebody else because at the end of the day, I need to make my own money. And I need to make my own living, my own career, my own choices. And, you know, if you change yourself for someone else, abuse, and it's not even always a conscious type, but abuse is often not far behind, and sometimes they will pressure more and more and more and more and more that you keep changing yourself. Oh, look, we have a tarot card reader in here. Let's see how they act. Hopefully they will mind their manners. Anyways. But yes. But no, please, feel free to ask. I love answering questions. We can do all those lovely, wonderful things. Hello, darlings. How are we today? Is Cristo, that burns a little, still with you? If you're talking about Christ, my darling, if you can't hear him with you, and if you're talking about a person who has passed away, I don't like speaking with the dead. Right, exactly. I will never change myself for that. Honestly, I don't think that surgery would be necessary. Now, if you're talking about broken ribs and them needing to actually, you know, put some bone glue in there to hold you together, then yes, maybe. But overall, surgery is a very, like if you're talking plastic surgery, altering surgery, that is a very individualized thing. And honestly, it comes down to what you want for you. But don't think that you have to change yourself in order to be acceptable to others. I don't. You don't have to be. I'm ex-evangelical Christian, so. Oh, hello, Lycan. I'm ex-evangelical Christian, so I'm very particular about Christ. Goodness gracious. Ooh. I'm so sorry you're getting advisors. I think I do have a few mods in here, so hopefully they will take care of anyone who's being untoward, and always make sure that you report the person, you block the person is perfectly okay to do. I swear to God, if TikTok would just take care of scam pages, this platform would be so much better, but they often do not. And it is so incredibly, maddening. Oh my goodness. Hello, loves. How do you do? Oh, yes, fitness check. Sure, we can give you a fitness check today. Let me see if I can... So basically, cotton shift dress. Nice, lightweight, incredibly comfortable. Every single strand of pearls that I could find, both real and fake. I have on my garter belts, some fishnets. Those are actually keeping my legs oddly warm. Of course, the fangs, the makeup, the curls, the everything. I swear, if I ever, like, I am a wrathful person in this particular. No, it's a shift dress. As in a chemise dress. Basically, it's super simple to make, but shift dress. But yeah, I'm a vengeful person in certain regards. If I ever met these people who are either creating scam accounts of me or taking my stuff, I would be in jail. I would be in jail. I vehemently despise thieves. And these people are basically thieves. They are no talent hacks that don't have any creativity and leech off of others who do a lot of hard work. And I honestly hope that a goat headbutts them in the fucking taint. But you know. That's right. Oh, where's the cruise going to? Is this like an Alaskan cruise, or is this more like a Florida, Louisiana cruise? Right, it's so cute. I can't fit it, but it fits ever so perfectly on that mannequin, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Thank you, darling. Yes, I was going for like a very like late 1800s, early 1900s. I think that's kind of where my aesthetic tends to fall. So, Oh, Carnival Cruise from Miami to the Bahamas. Ooh, nice. We shall see. We found out last night that apparently the rosary works really well as a pendulum. I didn't mean to. It's warm. It has a nice resonance to it. For some reason, I like to I have to watch my phrasing sometimes. I actually like to sit here and click my fingernails against it and run the beads through my hand. Turns out it also works really, really well as a pendulum, which I found hilarious on so many levels. give me a yes. And hold still. Give me a no. And hold still. Hello, hello. Hey, Moose. Give me a maybe. Thank you. What's really funny is I think this is actually made in Italy. There is super, super, super small print down at the base of this, so I may have an actual Italian-made rosary. But I mean, it sounds lovely with the nails. Ooh. Emerald is a nice color for it. Right. Actually, do I? That's not a bad idea. Pardon, let me... Trying to remember. I think somewhere in my trinket box, I think I have a jeweler's loop, so I'll need to find that later on. But yes. How's everyone doing? Oh, you like that? That is Bathory. That is a coat that I very specifically made and absolutely adore. And it is one of my favorites. As usual, one of a kind, of course. Yes, that's Bathory. Purple on the outside with a nice panel of red on the inside. Captain-styled coat. Paisley satin as well in there. Absolutely adore it. Goodness, pardon. I did absolutely run myself ragged today. Ugh, I might actually full on just go straight to sleep. Try to get off of there. Oh yeah. I will be putting up Little Boy Blue for sale. I've been thinking long and hard about it. And I love Little Boy Blue, but I recognize the need to not hang on to everything. So. Oops, sorry, darlings. Didn't mean to almost pitch you for distance. Nice big vampire collar, of course. Captain style coat. Nice venting at the back. Well, thank you, darling. And this is faux fur, so if you're not a person who likes real fur, you don't have to worry because it is a faux fur that is on here. Why, thank you, darling. Thank you so much. I make them. I love to make them, and I just do. I do have a few that will be going up. In fact, I should probably pull those out. You stay there. I would definitely say if anybody buys a coat, invest in a heavier hanger. Well, if you do a custom order, I can absolutely get those colors for you. So yes, boy blue will be going up. And it's done in the style of a pea coat. So you can actually cross a little bit further over or a little bit further this way if you want to do a single style. Right, that part. And I wanted to do fur, but I didn't want to do real fur. I wanted to do faux fur. Just, you know. It's like, yeah, real fur is nice and everything, but I kind of want to see what it's like to work with faux fur, and that was interesting. And then I did a collarless vampire. That and cheetah print. Right. Well, and most of the fur, like most of the real fur that I would ever work with, is vintage fur. I try not to take from new sources. I like to take from vintage sources. That way I'm not having to continue to pay into the fur industry, which I have some issues with the way they raise and treat animals and the way they dispatch of them as well. It needs to be done in a very proper and particular way. But yeah. So this is actually made for a smaller person. It can button. It has a 2-button system? Yeah, 2-button system. But yeah, it's made for somebody who is a little bit smaller than myself. It is supposed to be collarless. That way you have, you can do your own frippery and whatnot around the outside. Inspired by Firefly. Yeah. Nice. Kind of a large sleeve. Nice broad shoulder. It's meant to be a little bit short. That way you can have, your cuffs and fluffs and all that kind of good stuff coming out. And then, yeah, a red lovely satin on the inside. And then it's one continuous instead of being vented. So yeah, you can actually do like sweeps with it and have it do the flares and all that kind of stuff. Yes, I did. And then there's one that I'm working on repairing called Red. As in Little Red. Let me see if I can get this on. I made a mistake on one of the sleeves. So now I need to go back and I need to correct. Yeah. So I accidentally partially rotated one of these sleeves so it's not quite set the way it needs to be. So this is the correct sleeve. Here I accidentally had it slightly rotated, so I just need to go in, unstitch it, and then do a hand stitch. So those are going to take, it's going to take forever to do, but yeah. And this one comes with a hood. So let's see. Is that over? Under? Over. Where did I put my... There we go. There's one, there's two. And again, peacoat style. Right. And yes, it is a particular type of build hook, or a build hood. I do love this, But I do love this, but. And so each of the ones, so Bathory stays with me for now. I'm too attached to that one. But yes, each of the ones that you just saw, the Vampire Collarless, Boy Blue, and Red, are all probably going to go for about $150 each. And that basically just recoups the cost of the material. Trust me, it does not recoup the amount of time and patterning and all that, the drafting and stuff that I had to do. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Well, when I get them listed up, by all means, feel free to spread me far and wide. I would absolutely adore being able to sell those and send them out and get them out into the world. And I have more fabrics, so I am going to be working on more stuff. It's You're right. At this point, yeah, you are right. I'll probably list them for closer to 200, I promise. But yes, I do have more fabric. I will be working on more stuff. I just honestly, right now, I just need to put rent together for next month. And I'm trying not to be Captain Panic right now. Because it has been a crazy, dry, slow month across the board, especially apparently for 304s. So, yeah, it's been rough. Dickens Festival, conventions. I used to be a clothing seller at conventions, and yeah, it is getting so slow everywhere. I'm clenched for the world at this moment. So, yeah. Honestly, it's worse than a recession at this point. I can see patterns far too well. It's... Oh, thank you. I do take a lot of inspiration from, like, anime, from goth gear, from, like, a lot of BDSM, because that's one of the communities I'm in, from convention stuff. I like to have kind of a gothy, vampire-ish vibe to a lot of the stuff I do. But when I'm doing custom orders especially, I am very open to doing far more. And all different, like, color palettes and whatnot. And I also used to do a lot of EGL, Elegant Gothic Lolita, Sweet Gothic Lolita, and a lot of the other Lolita styles. I mean, no, I think... Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Bailey. I like dark, beautiful things, but I'm not opposed to making very cupcake-ish, beautiful things for other people. I just don't look good in those colors, and I don't feel good in those colors. I tried wearing a full pink outfit. Like, I did a pink dress, pink bows, pink accessories, big fluffy cream colored petticoats, the whole nine, and I hated it. It looked so cute, like, on the mannequin and on other people. When I wore it myself, I wanted to crawl out of my skin. I was like, oh, this is not for me. This is not... I love watching people who can wear those cute, fluffy, bright, cupcake-ish numbers. Me, I'm like, oh, you look like such a cute little cupcake. You're so adorable. They're like, you can do it. I'm like, no, I can't. No, I'm meant to be this. I'm meant to be goth, the jewel tones, the deep, rich, dark, almost goresome. You put me in pastels, I look like a licked M&M, and I'm not happy about it. Like, I have never been more thoroughly disrespected by my own friends simply not listening to a damn thing I said than when I was wearing full pink. Because it was my birthday. We were going to Little Tokyo. I was in my full pink outfit, and I'm driving my car. I got my friends in there, just and we're on the 101. And if you know the 101, you know the 101 change up. Yeah. And I'm like, it was close quarters. There was semis everywhere. There was a lot of cars. I was trying to follow directions, all of the navigatrix, the phone. And all of my friends were just yelling and screaming and just like being boisterous and shit. And I'm like, guys, like, I can't hear. Hey, I can't hear the phone. I need to hear the phone. And they're just screaming straight past me. And I'm just like, Where's my power gone? And I literally had to go like full on, shut the fuck up! I know that I'm wearing pink, but shut the fuck up! I am trying to listen to the phone so I can get our asses to like ramen. And they're like, oh shit, okay. I'm like, do not act like I am crazy. I have been asking you to be quiet for like the last 10 minutes. You. And I'm like, if I was wearing my regular goth gear, I know all y'all would have not been doing this. But apparently in pink, I'm just your cute little cupcake friend. I'm like, fuck this noise. I was a surly little cupcake for about another 15 minutes. I'm like, Honestly, this is one of my favorite hairstyles. It leaves my curls out to be seen, but it pulls it far enough away from my face that I'm not irritated by constantly having hair in my face. Now, what I would love to try at some point is like crochet or sew-in styles. I need to go to a person who does that and can tell me whether or not my hair would support that. Because your hair does need to have a certain density, a certain, what's the word I'm looking for? It needs to have a certain coarseness, a certain thickness, a certain sturdiness to it, before you go in, and not, like not every hairstyle is made for every person. So, like, I think cornrows look fantastic on other people. I know my hair could not support it and that I would lose chunks. And I am a smart bunny. I'm not about to put my hair at risk in that way. I do. Oh, God, no. Oh, baby. 3 words I don't necessarily like. Pale, baby, and pig. Right. Y'all are horrendous. It will support it. No, okay, so my hair is 3B, and it leans slightly more European, so I know that cornrows, the tightness of cornrows, in order to keep them in my head, I am tender-headed as fuck. It would do a damage. I know that, unfortunately. Yes, but that's just a top. That's just a top. When it becomes the full dress, oh no. A top that I can offset with black, fine. A full dress of it, no. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you so much. If you need to know whether or not to take the new job opportunity, I mean, you know what? We can do pendulum. We can actually do pendulum. I've got a functional one. If you donate, if you gift, like $1 worth, we can do yes nos on these. Yeah. So this is my Italian rosary, and apparently it really wanted to participate. So yeah. It is my new functional pendulum. Yeah, you can either do it through Cash App, or you can do it through the gifties here. Fair enough. Yeah, in small amounts I can do pink, but like it has to be offset by either a deep jewel tone or a black. Just saying. Dunkin's is okay. They do massive coffees, so I mean, price wise for size, Dunkin's is okay, and their donuts are serviceable. But yeah, no, this is this place called Boba Time. That's where I got this from, and they do a really nice, a lot of different good teas, smoothies, all that kind of stuff. Their boba's actually pretty good. They also carry a couple of like pastry and macarons, that kind of stuff. And they're right next to JJ Bakeries, which is a fantastic 1-2 punch right there. So, yeah. When it comes to donut shops, though, I like to check out like small local donut places. One of my favorite places is actually Donut Man in San Dimas. They're open like 24/7, practically 365, and they do just absolutely spectacular peach, strawberry, all of their old fashioned, like everything they do is really, really good. And I absolutely adore their tiger tails. Oh, hey, nice. I just moved from Long Beach. Good place, nice place. Absolutely adore it there, and they've got so many esoteric shops. Um, Points of Light is actually one of my favorite around there. Oh, yeah, I think I remember you a little bit. But yeah. Ooh, yes. Oh my god, yes. Donegal coffee. Fuck yeah. That's so good. So good. I had I rented there for a while. It was probably far too much for what the place was, but I loved the community, and I honestly really liked like the downtown was fantastic. Hey, King Kaiju, how you doing? So yes, if you donate, like say basically like a hand heart or anything that's about 99 to 100, we can do yes no questions with the pendulum. Only mildly sacrilegious. Hey, King Kaiju. How you doing? Don't mind me. It's fidget stim type thing, and yeah, it's in my hands. I gotta fidget with it. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. Thank you. Thank you. Did you finish out this? Aww. I appreciate that. Would you like me to answer a few yes, no questions with the pendulum? Right, we love a good fidget. Honestly, I think they made rosaries as just fidgets before we knew what a fidget was. So because I mean, think of it. You're sitting there. You're rhythmically chanting. You're basically pulling beads through your fingers as you are rhythmically chanting, and you're doing it like a certain number of times in repetition. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Thank you, darling. Used the new Morph palette that I was sent. I'm absolutely adoring it. I tried a slightly different eyeliner style today. And yeah, just I did pictures and I did some filming. So yeah, everything came out looking really, really fantastic today. I had a good day in a lot of ways. Just saying. Just saying. Honestly, it's funny that some people are like, oh my god, why are more and more people neurodivergent? Because we have better words. Because we have better ways to diagnose and describe, and because we're not just you know saying, oh well, they're just bad behaved, oh they're just, they're hyperactive, restless child, bad kid, bad seat. Like, no, we actually have better words and better diagnostics. So I believe that there were plenty of neurodivergent people way back when, because there's actually a lot of use for their hyper specialized skills, and honestly, I just think we just maybe didn't have great ways to be able to tell when people were neurodivergent or not. And as we became more homogenized, as we became more conformist as societies in the ebb and flow, we labeled those who were different as, other, outside, maybe a little bit possessed, maybe a little bit batty. But no, I think it was just, no, you're just neurodivergent. And neurodivergent, I don't think was a bad thing. I think neurodivergent was actually a really helpful thing in certain ways. But like if everybody was divergent, that might have been a little bit of chaos. But if you had at least a couple of neurodivergent people, you could get people who were like, here, I'm going to hyper focus on, being specialized in farming and farming techniques or animal husbandry or artisan crafts, that kind of stuff. Somebody who's able to notice the difference in like temperature, moisture, cooking types, rates, heat, style, all that kind of stuff, and be able to correlate, okay, it's colder today, I need to add less water, and I need to add a little bit more fuel to make sure that my oven is at the right temperature so that the bread comes out correctly. Okay, it's a little bit hotter today, I need to add a little bit more water, but I don't need to add as much fuel, but I do need to watch the cook time. Like, neurodivergency probably helped build society in a lot of different ways. And then neurotypical probably helped maintain a certain amount of homogeny so that it wasn't always people constantly reinventing the wheel in order to get things done. That's my theory. That's my theory. Let me see. I'm supposed to put on new. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got the roses done, the finger hearts done, the rosas done, the donuts, the mustaches, the hand hearts, now the hearts. You guys are doing fantastic at getting me through this gift gallery. I so appreciate it. I really, really do. Let me see if I can find the... Okay. There it is. 3 of those. There we go. Right. Hello, hello. How you doing this evening? Pardon as I find a comfortable. But yeah, no. It's kind of in the same vein of how we used to actually celebrate and hold SWs in actually very high regard in a lot of ways when we had much more matriarchal systems in society. It was not seen as like a shameful job or a job that should be held in denigration. It was actually an elevated position. And there were all the different priestesses had a lot of different skills. It wasn't just one skill. It was a lot of different skills. So, different priestesses, different things, so on and so forth, etc. But, people, men, women, everybody in between. It wasn't just limited to one gender or one sex. Anybody could serve as a priest or priestess, and everybody would come and participate as they felt necessary. And some people are like, oh, I'm just going to drop money in the coffer, we're good to go. And they're like, okay, cool. Other are like, I think I would like to see God. And they're like, we can do that for you. And they would take the offerings, the gifts that were given, the tithings, and they would not only help to maintain and beautify the temple itself, and make sure that the guests were fed and taken care of. They would also take care of the surrounding community, especially the orphans, those who did not have family, those who were sick. It was actually a pretty integral part of helping society to continue to run. But as more patriarchal deity systems took over, women's role or female roles or femme-presenting roles were denigrated more and more, much to our detriment, and now we have been digging ourselves out of that for the last several millennia. Hey! Yay! Yep. Yep. See, and that's the one thing that I have on all the rest of the ones who are pretending to be me. I can actually go live. uh, but yeah, yeah. It's amazing how times have kind of like swung back and forth, and we are still we are still working on breaking a lot of old detrimental systems when it comes to how we regard pleasure, both giving and receiving, the enjoyment therein, the purity of it. I always have to laugh at the purity. And again, I was raised evangelical Christian, so they tried to make you think in a very particular direction, and I'm just like, so making other people feel good is bad? And somehow making more than one person feel good is bad? And I should stay with a person who's violent towards me, who's abusive towards me, who doesn't like me, and maybe I don't like them? Wouldn't it be so much better to separate on good terms and walk away from each other and find people that we get along with better? Like, no, we have to stay there forever. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a good idea. So yeah, no, I was the hard-headed child that, like, they couldn't change me. They tried. They tried so hard. And instead, I took a lot of the Christ-like tenets to heart. And so, yeah, when I saw that the church was not acting in a Christ-like way, I'm just like, I am confused. You told us that we needed to treat everybody well, that we needed to, serve the community without expecting anything back, that we needed to simply provide for everybody's needs, and specifically, you were supposed to do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. So, like, if you're going to be mean to somebody, you have to expect that somebody's going to be mean back. You have done unto them a disservice. They are going to do that back to you. Like, how do you not understand this? Like, that part. Oh, man, that part. I lost friends that I had had since, like, 4th grade. 15 years after I had met them. We had been, like, really good friends. I'd gone over to their house, like, every Sunday night to, like, watch TV shows and movies and stuff. And, like, it was a long-standing tradition. I'd stay over at their house, like, at least once a month. And, yeah, I apparently when Facebook came, that should tell you how old that is. When Facebook came out, I was starting to go through my, I don't think I'm straight. I don't think I'm straight. But I don't know what to call it, because I like women, but I also really like men. I really like men, but I also like women. So I'm not sure what to call this, but demon possession? I don't know. So apparently I used a couple of words incorrectly because I was sheltered enough not to know that they had, like, extra meaning. And so I used them in a particular way, and I'm like, yeah, I like this kind of fashion, and I like this kind of artwork, and, my overall, it's a little bit complicated. I'm not gay, and I'm not straight, so it's complicated, because that's the only options that they gave you at that time. And my friends were like, they called me up on the phone, and they're like, yeah, we can't be publicly seen with you anymore because you put down it's complicated instead of you're straight. And that's very un-Christ-like. So if you ever want to come back to Christ, I hope you start going to church again. But other than that, we can't be seen with you. And I'm like, we've been friends for 15, click. Okay, I'm gonna have a crisis. I'm gonna have a crisis over here. But yeah, like, literally, it was when I was going to college for my psych degree. the LGBTQ club came in, and they're like, "Hey, we're on campus. We're the club. If you want to stop by, if you have questions or whatever, by all means, feel free to ask." And I'm like, "Yes." I'm like, "So I know the L, and I know the G. I'm a little bit in the dark about the B and the T." And they explained, well, there's bisexual, and then there's transgender, and they give us a quick overview, and like, if you need more resources, come find us. I'm like, I will do that. I'm like, I don't think I'm the T, but I definitely think I'm the B, but something maybe a little bit more than that. And then it took me a few years, and I figured out, oh, I'm actually pansexual, which kind of falls under the bi umbrella. I'm like, just gender just does not play a role. If I like somebody, I like somebody. If I don't, I don't. It has literally nothing to do with gender for me. It's just, you're hot. Hi. You have a what now? Okay, don't worry. I will figure that out when I get there. Raised in the church, but now you're an atheistic mom. Mom's Hellenistic pagan, and brother is Norse pagan. I fucking love that. I freaking love that. Right, not a single one straight. So yeah, no, I went from being evangelical Christian to being a witch. Never Wiccan. Never Wiccan. Never Wiccan. Wiccan is the British Museum of Witchcraft, okay? Never Wiccan. Witch, yes. Wiccan, no. Right? I'm like, bisexual. Back then, bisexual was like, you like girls and you like boys. And I'm like, I kind of get, I really, I like boys who also look like girls or dress like girls. And I like boys who aren't fully masculine. And I also like girls who are kind of masculine. And like, literally, gender plays no role here. Can I just like a person because they're hot, and then I'll figure out the bits and pieces when I get to the bits and pieces. That's all I'm saying. Right. Yeah, no, I had to walk away from Christianity. I knew it far too well. Well, I mean, androgyny is also good, but like it wasn't about androgyny. It was just, if you had a really good aesthetic, if you were really confident in yourself, if I really liked your vibe, I just really liked your vibe. I was like, hi, you're hot. I don't know why I think it is, but you're really hot. And just, I'm not great at this. I was sheltered, but just let me know. Just let me know what I'm working with, and the polite and proper ways to refer to you, and I will do my absolute best. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Put the puzzle pieces together after you unbox. But yeah, like, as I got more and more into psychology, honestly, it made a lot more sense. I'm like, oh, it's a spectrum. Everything's kind of a spectrum. It's not that you fall on just one side or the other. It's not even that necessarily you're born one way or another. It's a little bit of a spectrum. There is room for movement. There's room for wiggle. People can kind of change over time because of, different surgeries, such as, you lose all of your reproductive organs. Suddenly you have no extra hormones to give you that drive or whatever. Okay, fine. That happens. Now you don't want it as much. Asexual did take me a very, very, very long time to understand. Only because I had such a high drive, still kind of do. But I was just like, I don't understand it, but I respect it. What confused me is some of the people who told me that they were ace also had some of the filthiest minds that I had ever met. And I'm just like, how do you make so many filthy raunch jokes, and yet you say you have no drive towards that. Just what? Like, it was wild. But I eventually got it. I eventually understood it. Oh my god, that would be so much fun. That would be so much fun to have like little tea drinks, a nice little witchy shop around you. You're just like hanging out, shooting the shit. Oh my god, that'd be fantastic. That would make a fantastic cafe. I just thought of it like those, the nice big round tables. And they don't need to have pentacles on them, okay? Pentacles are a very, very particular thing. They don't need to have pentacles on them, but like have nice solid tabletops, ones with like a little bit of a lip or a rim to it, and like pans or trays that you could basically place into it. And then you can do your like your brunch or lunch or dinner time, like you could do your own little spells and stuff there while you're having like a little tea thing. So you're like, you know what, we're gonna have like a cord cutting over here. You order your candles, you order like all of your like little very like small amounts of each ingredient that you might need for like, salt, lavender, thyme, rosemary, all those kind of things. Just a little bit of all of those. Get yourself like, oh yeah, we're gonna take like one of the citrine points and a piece of obsidian. Oh, you're out of obsidian. Can we do that would be such a fun idea and such a great way to like show people the different methods, the different faiths, the different types of craft that are out there. Especially if you're like your baristas, in a manner of speaking, were from different traditions. That would be fantastic. Because that way, like, somebody's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put sandalwood and cinnamon together. Somebody could go, okay, I don't know how practiced you are, but sandalwood, cinnamon together, that can have kind of that can be a big thing right there. So we're gonna ask you to go easy on it, or maybe we can recommend some other things that would mellow out or blend together a little bit better for you. Like, that would be so cool. And then I wouldn't suggest like large amounts of incense, but like an incense stick here or there under like a nice vented hood. That'd be so perfect. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you can write this down. Heck, if you can make it happen, I'd be fantastically happy. Right, right. And I'm just thinking, you have, your regular like witchcraft shop, but then you have like your workshop areas or your crafty areas at the back. You have like a nice open patio so that, everything is well and wafty. You could do most of it outside in like a more or less patio type area so that like if anybody's working with candles and anything happens to go a little bit wrong, you have somebody on duty with like a fire extinguisher ready to just, take care of it. But yeah, like you could sit there, have like, an hour or 2 hour kind of time limit and candles that could, burn down in about that time. You're like, okay, you're doing a 2 hour setting. Okay, we're gonna 2 hour ritual. We'll get you all your bits and pieces here. Then we're gonna bring you your drinks, your food. Sit, talk, enjoy. If you need anything, let us know. The bookshop is over there. Like, come on, that would be a fantastic idea. Woo! Pansexuals unite! Oh, that would be fantastic. You could do yeah, like a curated. Okay, yeah, we've got, we're going to be doing oh, that'd be so fantastic. Setting up a calendar. Okay, we've got, ritual magics for this on this night, ritual magics for this on this night. We're doing, oh, it looks like we're going to have a full moon here and a new moon there. We're going to be doing water blessings, da da da. We've got fire pits out back for this, that, and the third. Like, no, you cannot bring in your own stinky stuff. We remember after that last time. No, no. You would just have to find a way to make the grounds itself as Unitarian, polytheistic as possible, and like, hey, 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 nobody owns this place. Don't let Zeus think he can just set up shop here. That's not how this goes. This is for everybody. So, oh, kitty cafe. I fucking love kitty cafes. Right. Please no hallucinogenic teas. We remember what happened last time. Well, okay, we remember parts of what happened last time. I'm just saying. That would be so much fun. That would be so fantastic. I think it'd be really great because, yeah, again, you could bring in people who are actual practitioners. Maybe even invite some of the local closed practitioners in on like special nights and offer them, you know, a little space to do their things and like actual, you know, hold ceremonies and whatnot. And be like, hey, you know what, go ahead, hold your ceremonies here. We're not going to bother you. You can rent out this space, blah, blah, blah. If you just leave us a little blessing, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. You know, if you want to teach the lay people a little bit about the closed practice, just so that they know not to step on certain toes, not to pick up on certain deities, not to like use certain herbs that are, you know, part of the closed tradition. You know, I don't think we carry any. Let me know if we do. You know, that would be so fantastic. Thank you, darling. I'm feeling very turn of the century. $10 per half hour. Oh, that'd be $10 well spent right there. Honestly, I love that. What do I think about hoodoo? Hoodoo is a closed practice. It is a closed practice, and I believe it is. Oh God, now I gotta remember who came from where. I want to say that hoodoo is islands, voodoo is mainland, or vice versa. I know that there's been a little bit of trade back and forth, of course, because, you know, people move from one place to another. But it is a close practice, and I try to make sure to be very, very respectful of breaching any of those practices, which is why I am weirded out by so many people like, oh my God, yeah, I went and grabbed some graveyard dirt. Why? What? Why? Why? Like, last I checked, that was from a closed practice, and that can go wildly wrong. So, what the fuck? Oh, and you get a little coffee drink. Oh my God, that's fantastic. I love that. I freaking love that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, I do tend to get a little bit stuffy around cats, so I probably need to pop a Zyrtex. Right, right. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's nothing wrong, honestly, with two different faiths intermarrying. Weirdly enough, I have found many a times that interfaith marriages work out just fine as long as everybody respects everybody else's practices and whatnot. But yeah, yeah. And see, there are Christians out there who actually do follow the book, and I appreciate them. I just realized for me, being ex-evangelical, I just realized for me that that was not the faith that I resonated well with. So yeah, exactly right. What are you planning on doing with the graveyard dirt? Were you whistling at night while you were at it? What is wrong with you? That or people who insist on using white sage. Don't use white sage. That is Native American sweet medicine. It is not going to go the way you hope it is. Book of Pagans. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Just slightly sweet jasmine green tea. It really helps calm me down. It really, really helps calm me down. It's just the right amount of sweetness, just the right amount of floral, and it actually helps my body relax. I love it so much. Dude, I only needed to be told like once, maybe twice, by Native American TikTok as to why you don't do certain things, and I'm like, and I'll be closing some windows, and we won't be whistling at night. And if I think I heard my name, knowing the fuck I did not, thank you very much. No. Right? 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 Like, if you want to whistle at your own house, fine. But like, I don't mind too much if people who don't believe that way, do that thing. But, like, I know that if I'm around somebody who, like, holds that particular tradition, I'm going to be like, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to respect the shit out of that. Because you could have seen something that I can't, and you know what? I don't need that kind of trouble. Oh. No, I don't want to skip the tea. I like the tea. I'm a pansexual. I have to have like 3 different I need to have like 3 different drinks on tap at any given time. Right? Whatever that noise was, that is none of my business. A peach green tea. Oh, that shit is so good. I love peach green tea. Oh, that is fantastic. In fact, I've got some Arizona green tea. I love Arizona green tea because it's like a concentrate in the bottle. You can pour like half of it out, just fill it with ice and sip that. And then, put the other half back in. Once that's done, pour in more ice and sip that. Oh my God. Arizona tea is one of the few teas that I'm like, this shit is too sweet. Too sweet for me. But we can nurse it over a day. Or over a couple of days, honestly. Especially if you go to the $1.25 store. Oh my God. Big old friggin'. But yeah, they've got a good green tea. I really appreciate their green tea, especially the honey ginseng. Oh, that's so good. It's so good. Pansexual with ADHD. Yes. Right. I sit on so many fences, it's practically a gazebo. Pansexual, polyamorous, ADHD. Hedge witch who has a large pantheon that they gently call on. Ooh, hibiscus tea with ginger ale. That sounds fantastic. Right, yeah, you have to. Like some of those pre-made teas. Oh my goodness, it's like they're trying to make coffee. Like, ew. Peace tea, Caddyshack, Just Peachy. Oh, an amazing tea. Oh yeah. I mean, is the owl bothering you? Owls tend to be seen as being witches or witches familiars, depending on what regions you're in. But they're also seen as creatures that are familiar to deities. They carry knowledge, secrets, and whatnot. Basically, just be polite to them. Hey, Kaylin. Hey, Latina. How you doing? Yeah. I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. You gotta cut it. You gotta cut it in half. For the most part, an owl is just an owl. Sometimes if they're trying to get your attention, like, just treat it with respect. For the most part, they're chill. Only certain people, usually very particular practices and whatnot, have fear of owls. And I honestly think part of that is probably because of colonialism. Oh my God, yeah. There was an Arizona boba. Oh, yeah. Yay, pack for your cruise. Now go pack for the weekend. Heck yeah. We've got here. Make sure if I'm not sure what's going on with this platform in the next couple of weeks. There's so many rumblings already going on. Make sure. Oh, thank you so much. Make sure you have followed me around the web. If you like, Throne has a lot of those socials. I'm still trying to get all of the socials untangled so that it's a little bit more streamlined, a little bit easier to find and follow. I am definitely stepping up the content in a lot of ways. And if you feel like supporting me, especially supporting me being able to do more content creation, refining some of the stuff that I already do, I would very much appreciate it. If nothing else, if you want commissioned artwork, clothing, I may even start working on doing press-on nails again. I have a very particular type of art that I like to do. So, yeah, let me know. I am your multifaceted ADHDer who is trying to survive and get their feet under them, and make the world a little bit better, a little bit nicer to be in. Yeah, yeah. Oh, is it? Don't know why. I don't know why the microphone is being odd. Shouldn't be. Because I don't have anything plugged in. Hello, hello. Aw, thank you, Fitz. Hey, Fitz, would you like a card pull? You're one of my quite frequent gifters. I'm sure at some point it is gonna rack up to at least that much. Southern California. Born, bred, raised. I know I've got the vampire fangs in right now. Usually I'm in a Bathory persona and whatnot, but yeah, no. This is the California accent, just regular degular. You have a plan? That's a good thing to have a plan. I am multifaceted. Love to talk about all kinds of things. Well educated on all kinds of things as well. So if you have questions, especially questions of interest, questions of lore, questions of just regular old banter and whatnot, by all means, feel free to ask questions in here. You know, the worst that happens is I go, yeah, no, I don't feel like answering that, so yeah. Fits. I will get to those questions in just a second. Knight of Pentacles. Again, I will answer all these things. I'm just honestly, it feels like the Knight of Pentacles might be watching and waiting for you. They are slow, they are steady. But they have a timetable to keep. So they're waiting for you to, I guess, catch up to them. They've already made a decently clear path, but it's not like the clearest path. They're always stalwart. They're well prepared. And for some reason, I keep focusing on this canteen. You're thirsty. You need to be refilled. Slow, steady, stalwart, refilling, championing towards a cause, but you've got a very long haul in front of you. So find the person who's going to help you kind of refill yourself. This feels much more like a metaphysical, an emotional, a soul issue versus a coin issue. Find the one that can champion for you, who's going to provide a little bit for you, who's going to act as a companion rather than a mentor or a person who's just going to give orders. They'll keep you on time and they'll keep you on your toes. They will get you ready to go through those next trials and tribulations. But yeah, they're there to help you kind of refill spiritually before you tackle your next big hurdle. Because yeah, you need to be right here before you tackle the next big thing. If you go in burnt out, you're going to have the worst time trying to get through it. So refill the soul, refill that thirst within yourself first. And then yeah, just proceed slowly, steadily, stalwart. There's no rush to get to the next thing. Just keep doing, but make sure that you're refilling yourself first. Don't go in tired. Do not go in tired. Yeah. Yes, you are correct. I grew up evangelical Christian for about the first 20 years of my life. I was a teenage Sunday school teacher. Ugh. Never had kids, thank goodness. Never wanted them either, so yeah, I'm very happy in the choices I made. Let's see, I'm going to go back so we can actually answer some stuff. Advice for Aquarius: keep your feet on the ground, or at least find people who can help you keep grounded, because Aquarius, you are a flighty one, as are most air types. I watched the first season of Invincible. I have not been able to watch the second season. Like, I sort of want to, but I sort of don't. But I sort of want to, but I sort of don't. It kind of jumped the shark in a few ways for me from what I've seen. Like, oh, we're going to go multiversal. And I'm like, but did you really need to? Or was it just the thing to do at the time? Because I don't see the real purpose to that in a lot of ways. So, plus a few other things that I'm like, yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no. Although I will say, at least the characters are interesting, but they very much read like Watchmen, where everybody is deeply flawed, nobody's actually a good person, and all of them lead to ruin. So, yeah. I don't think I've ever used blue indigo in my workings, but I'm not opposed to it. Advice for Virgos. Virgos, for the love of God, speak your mind before you get pissed off. You don't always have to be the mediator. You can actually be rude occasionally. Or at least just, forward. Oh, thank you, Fitz. Pisces. Well, I'm a Gemini, so I feel like I'm walking chaos to their rather carefully compartmentalized life. So yeah, I always feel bad walking in because I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm about to fuck some things up. I don't mean to. You're just, sorry. There. I was about to say that I'm like, I have noticed in the South that there's a tradition of using blue a lot. Like with the blue bottle trees. And blue is a color of protection, so I can see why. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 I didn't know if I could say that because I know, like, certain things you don't want to accidentally invoke, so you, like, avoid saying the name. Kind of like the Wendy boys. But yeah, like, yeah, there's the paint blue ceilings, there's blue glass trees. There are certain other, like, blue traditions that are, like, folk magic, and blue is often used as a protective color in specific regions. Mm-hmm. It's because it's a tradition that was brought over from the old country, but then brought here and adapted, because some of the things from the old country did come over with the people, as it were. Some of the things were already like here, and so they adapted old world traditions to native land, and you know, relearned and integrated a lot of different cultures together. So, because they're not all purely European, you get a lot of Native American in there. You get Melungeon. There are Appalachian. There's a lot of different cultures and communities and whatnot that integrated, that cross pollinated in a way. So yeah. I started witchcraft. Pardon. I started witchcraft like roughly Cajun, Creole, all manner of island, Haitian, Haitian, Dominican, all of those traditions crossed with like Taino, Santeria, like yeah, there's a lot of cultural crossover and a lot of folk magics, and I absolutely love them, and I appreciate them and respect them, and I don't want to get in trouble with any of them. I got into witchcraft about 25 years ago. I got into tarot card reading 15 years ago, and then started actually reading tarot card a little bit more professionally about 2 years ago. And that's what I do. That's one of my revenue streams that I am trying to make widely available, but I only ever read live. I never want to, I never want somebody to think that I'm going and like looking at their page or finding all their social medias, going through and farming knowledge from there. So that's why I much prefer to read live without knowing too much about a person or a situation. That way, if it resonates, it really resonates. And if it does not resonate, then that is also perfectly okay. Sometimes you have an off day. Yeah, I like to make sure that people are getting read live so that they know they're getting exactly what they asked for, which is, what do I need without any extra help and whatnot? What do I need? Let's get this done. 11 p.m.? Yeah, for me it is coming up on 8 o'clock, because I'm West Coast. Yeah. So yeah, I am also an artist. I do watercolor, I do resin, my commissions are open currently. I do clothing, and then I also do a little bit 304, a little bit spazzy. And I'm on verified places, verified sites. I do have openings for private sessions. I am more into power dynamics, weaving good tale and fantasy, as it were, because that's what it is. You're purchasing a service. You're not purchasing a person. You are purchasing a service. And that is something that absolutely needs to be hammered home when it comes to work of that variety. You're never purchasing a person. You're purchasing services. You're purchasing an experience. You're never purchasing a person ever. Oh, nice. Nice. I had a friend who was Pentecostal. I was friends with somebody who was Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon. All three of us are witches now. It's kind of funny how you start off as one thing and you're like, yeah, this is not sparking joy. This is not sparking joy. Next thing you know, you're knee deep in being a witch, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this works. That works. One of us, do we need to get a cauldron? No, we don't need a cauldron. Okay, cool. So you know, but yeah. And I have enjoyed undoing and healing from said religious drama. I know it's still got a little bit more to go and whatnot. There's still little things that I'm undoing. But yeah, as long as people respect each other's lanes, we're cool. And so far you've been so incredibly respectful. I absolutely appreciate that on so many levels. But yeah, as long as everybody's like respecting each other's lanes, we're good to go. It's when people come in and like proselytize at my audience or me that we're gonna have a whole new set of problems, because I know that book far too well for them to be able to pull that shit. You might be somebody who has a little bit more, seasonal power. I don't practice, I don't think, nearly quite enough in springs and, well, no, in like summer-ish areas. But like if it is cold, if it's gray, if it's windy, hello. If it is, winterish time, oh yeah. 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 I practice a lot. I cast a lot in the more winter times. Summertime. How do I put this? I think when it comes to practicing in those particular seasons, I actually work slightly better in groups. Right now I feel like I'm being drawn to do a very particular type of magic, but that particular type of magic is much easier if you have either a person or a group of people to do with. Because it is a very large energy exchange, shall we say? Sometimes you need extra people to make that happen. Right? Love a good storm casting. Honestly, love a good storm casting. Which is, oh my goodness, thank you. You know what? I think I've got at least one party trick. Okay, so unaltered can, because if it was altered, it would not work. This particular trick, I am going to basically suck the air straight out of this. So, I will put one finger on the bottom. As you can see, you can't crush a column. It has structural soundness to it. So, the way that I damage the structural soundness is by taking the air out of the can. If you try this, and I don't suggest you do, but if you try this, make sure that your lip is well below this lip. If not, you can end up giving yourself a little... but also, you do not pull with this part. You don't pull with the bronchioles, you're pulling with the back of the throat. You're basically expanding the back of your throat and cheeks in order to take that air out. If you try and pull directly with your lungs, you can end up possibly causing yourself a little bit of an asthma attack, or even possibly doing a bit of damage, especially if you use the wrong kind of can. So be ever so careful. Use just regular soda cans first. This one's a finesse. Use regular soda cans first. Move from there, but move carefully is all I gotta say. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Y'all get the fun kind of storms. We don't get nearly enough lightning around here. I really want to start casting when there are like lightning storms. Don't ask. I know it's a little unhinged. How do tarot card reads work? So don't think of tarot cards as reading a future set in stone. Oh my god, I think my lungs might give out if I did an hour of that straight. My goodness. Oh, are you talking about thunder and lightning casting? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Right. Thunder and lightning is so... I'm sorry, the ADHD. I gotta focus. Let me finish that first sentence I was working on. So, tarot cards do not read a future that is set in stone. Instead, it's much more like a roadmap. It's giving you markers. It's giving you little things that okay, this is probably going to pop up. Yeah, you're seeing this. Okay, here's what's been going on. Spilling a little tea. Okay, here's the big stuff coming up. Now, if you want to change, you're probably going to either have to do a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that. If you like the path that you're on, just keep doing pretty much what you're doing. So it gives you gentle road signs, and then you can actually work towards changing those. So nothing is hard and fast. Nothing is perfectly immutable. The minor arcana tend to be smaller events with, a little bit more nuance. The major arcana tend to be much more strong events, events that are a little bit harder to change, that would take a lot more effort. But yeah, overall, the mix of major and minor arcana just gives you more detail to what is going on. See, actually, it shows you where you're headed. So yeah, if you do happen to want tarot card read, it is $5 per. Just head to the Blinks in Lio, grab yourself a little something there. I am also setting up over on Mayhem Market for doing private reads. Those will be only slightly more because I'm going to be using angel numbers, and it'll be private, so it is going to be a little bit more detailed, a little bit more focused towards what you need to know. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Favorite Wingstop flavor? Ooh. I mean, lemon pepper chicken wings are always good. I like the bone in. The boneless, they're breaded, they're good. They're good. But they remind me a little bit of, chicken tenders. And I really, 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 really like the crispy skin on the bone in. Ooh, the mango habanero. Those are fantastic. Little bit of heat, little bit of sweet, a good sauce on it. They are quite nice, and the habanero is honestly not overwhelming. They balance those out really well. I wasn't as much a fan of their ghost pepper flavor. Their Hawaiian barbecue was okay, but a little too sweet for me. The Parmesan, I'm like, where's the flavor? Where's the actual flavor on this thing? You get a little bit of that Parmesan flavor, but not much else. Like, but yeah. Sweet chili crisp. Ooh, yes. Oh, yes. That sounds good right there. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, yes, I'm with you. I'm so with you on there. There's so much good that could be done. And so many things that could... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shaq. Oh, Shakira. Sorry. Took me a little bit longer to read the... Thank you so much, Shakira. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If there was more communication and less of a only my way is right, only my way is right... It's like the Catholics, the Mormons, the 40,000 different types of Christians. Everybody who falls under that Abrahamic Judeo faith, even they can't agree on who's right, which way is the right way. Who's going to hell, who's going to heaven. I'm just like, really, motherfuckers? Really? And, try and tell them that the Muslim faith also follows a lot of the same prophets, has a lot of the same values, a lot of the same commandments or tenets to live by. Oh God, certain people they lose their freaking mind. And I I will even admit that I fell into the category of ignorance for quite some time, especially about like the Muslim faith. And then I started actually doing quite a bit more research. TikTok was incredibly helpful with that. Did a lot more research. And I'm like, oh, 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 ooh, I've been an asshole. Shit. Gotta fix that. But yeah. So I've practiced now for about 15 years. And I got into it because I was at the Renaissance Fair. I was across from the tarot card booth on a couple of the jobs that I worked. I always loved kind of like listening in. Got really good vibes from it. Whenever it got read, asked them if just anybody could, or if you had to be like really, really like a really specialized witch. And they're like, no, anybody can. Anybody can read, rote information about that. But once you get comfortable with the rote information, like start leaning into your actual sensitive gifts and go from there, it will be so much better. And yeah, so I started practicing about 15 years ago, and in about the last 2 years, I've leaned in more to doing actual reading. And it is definitely picked up in strength and accuracy. Sometimes to a point that I'm just like, goodness. But yeah. Favorite movie? I have a couple of favorite movies. Kind of depends on the day. Wolverine, Deadpool was really good. Everything Everywhere All at Once is one of my favorites of all time. Anna and the Apocalypse is, oh my god, I fucking love that movie. It's like High School Musical meets zombies at Christmas. It's comedy. I absolutely adore it. Right, exactly. And you can't force people to believe what you believe. And in most of our tenets, most of our faiths, you're told not to try and force other people. They're like, look, if they want to come to us, they'll come to us. Just do good works. They will get curious as to why you keep doing good things for the community, and then you can tell them. And again, if they want to join you, awesome. If they don't worry, don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. Just And I think so many people forget that because they've honestly been taught not to critically think about their scriptures. They've been honestly taught not to critically think about the laws, the tenets, and how you're supposed to interact. They're just like, okay, we just got to listen to that guy up there. He's going to tell us all the things to do. So if he tells us to do mean things, it's okay because God already said, yeah, go for it, and we just believe it. And it's like, oh no, they made the mistake of handing me a Bible, and I actually read the damn thing, and I'm just like, y'all aren't following the rules here. No, nobody. Okay, you know what? I'm out. So yeah. Have any book recommendations for tarot card learning? Honestly, go in, find a deck that really kind of pulls towards you. And it can be tarot cards, it can be angel cards, it can be any number of different types of divination cards. Go in, find one that really kind of pulls to you. Pick it up, start reading it, start learning it. And, always be open to get new information, always be open to talk about it, especially with other witches and older practitioners and whatnot. And yeah, like go in for it. But always take a good grain of salt with you, especially if you are reading a lot of material from palm-colored practitioners. Especially if they say, and I'm a Wiccan. Be ever so careful about Wiccans. They are literally like the British Museum of witch religions. It is they rob, steal. They were incredibly misogynistic for a very long time. They have some tones of misogyny and supremacy. So yeah, just be super careful. Take everything with a grain of sand, or I'm sorry, grain of salt, and like double and triple check, cross check a lot of your information. I don't mind the influx. I kind of understand the influx. But I also really, really, really. I'm sorry. We're gonna go ahead and block that. And mute that. There we go. So that was rude. But yeah, like, I don't mind the influx. I understand why the influx is there. People are still looking for community. People are still looking for connection to something greater than themselves. And they have just found that a lot of the organized religions are incredibly harmful, very set in their ways, and very, 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 very controlling. And they're like, yeah, this doesn't feel right. This feels like I'm not getting a lot of good information. And then they start actually assessing and analyzing the book, and they're going, oh, this is not good. No, I'm out. So yeah. Now, if they just keep undoing those levels of shame and religious trauma, that'd be fantastic. The anti pleasure, the anti sexy is problematic, and that's a holdover from a lot of organized religions. It takes a while. If you need to know that about your boyfriend, ask them. Don't ask the cards, ask them. Communicate with your partner. And yeah, if you really want to read, Blinks are in Lyon is $5 per card. Favorite movies are between the 50s. Oh yeah, like silent film was fantastic. That was always fun. 60s was also, yeah. Some of the early stuff was interesting, but I think I don't know. A lot of the issues that we're suffering from right now is kind of a lack of creativity. We just keep remaking stuff. And it's getting really, 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 really boring, because it's like Snow White is on its, fifth major iteration since it came out in like the 1940s. And it's like, and it's not even like, oh, we remade it like every 20 years or so. It's like, oh, we made it in the 40s, and then, okay, we've got a new one in like the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. That's like, fuck. Why? Oh, if you go up to the Blinks and Lyle, there are a couple of direct ways to pay. You go from there, and you can get between 1 and 10 cards. So like 1 card would be 5, 10 card would be 50, and the 10 card is a very in-depth Celtic cross. So there is a lot of information that'll be coming at you. Yes, and that's the wild part to me. Because here's the whole thing. The whole reason I didn't go and see that movie is because that wooden nickel of an actor, who has a bunch of other things that are absolutely horrendously wrong with her, but that wooden nickel of an actor is so horrendous, I cannot sit through anything she does. And her as Wonder Woman was the biggest spit in the face of a fantastic superhero, because not only did she not look like Wonder Woman, she also did not hold the morals of Wonder Woman, and she spoke like she was born the night before, rather than having been educated for decades, if not centuries, on Themyscira. Oh, yeah. Marilyn Monroe's era was also very interesting. They verged on being very progressive at times and very, very racist in other turns of fashion. I think a lot of them are very out of touch, honestly. But again, we keep promoting, I say we, there's still this promotion of a very particular type of person, and there's very little diversity there within, and there's very little diversity of story. And that's the problem, is with no diversity of story, everything is been done. Everything is stale. Everything seems to be filtered through a very European-centric lens. And so it's just the same stories over and over and over and over and over again, with no real new nuance or perspective. Like, look at the last time we had a good influx of a very different perspective in the horror genre. Talking about, oh no, his name, it has escaped. He did Us, Get Out, Nope, Key and Peele. Jordan Peele, thank you, Jordan Peele. So yeah, like, when he came in with Get Out, that was so good because it was from the perspective of black people, and it was looking at multiple levels of social commentary, like white fragility, jealousy, stereotyping, the very them wanting to be us. Like, it had so many layers to it. And I think it only got better with Us. Us was so good. And it was so nuanced and so multi-layered. And it was a breath of fresh air. Same thing with Nope. And in Nope, he even had a more diverse cast than, say, Us or Get Out. It wasn't just, black people and palm-colored people. You know, you had Stephen Yeun in there, who is an amazing actor. You had a lot of new and different perspectives. And he also drew from, like, real-life events that had happened. And a lot of it was just talking about spectacle. And, what do we think about it? What is it? Is it that 15 minutes of fame? Once you've had one spectacular thing happen, does it affect how you perceive something that's a even level of spectacle, or do you need like higher and higher and higher levels? Or, as it gets up, as you have more spectacle, do you just become desensitized to it? So, like, it was really well done. And I really appreciated that new influx of the way he thought. Because it was a new way of thinking about something. Pardon as I close the door. Okay. Well, in some ways, I'm very glad that she spoke out about the watermelon place, because it's an absolute nightmare right now. It needs to be spoken on, but to place her directly across from Gal Gadot, who is ex-IDF and holds so many of their most hellacious ideas about watermelon people. The fact that for a year and a half now, people have gotten more and more and more and more like knowledgeable about what's happening over there, and wanting to put up with that kind of horrendous treatment towards civilians. Like, people are like, no, we're done with that shit. We are done. We are done. Those are straight up war crimes. No, thank you. No. We do not support. And they're like, hey, what if we were to give you this? And we're like, no. Are you out of your mind? No. That, and she can't act. She is on par with Lady Gaga when it comes to acting. And both of them are dog shit. I know, like, the world is a wildly effed up place right now, and it's hard to know where to put the most amount of effort to get the most amount of good. Because right now, a lot of us literally don't even have the power to do anything directly, we have to do indirect means, and indirect means do tend to take a little bit longer. Although, crashing the Tesla stocks, chef's kiss, oh my god. The amount of times I've seen Muskie Husky just practically his little watery, beady eyes. Oh, the joy that it brings me. Call me Marie Kondo. Like, oh my god. Crash his shit into the side of a fucking cliff. Right. May he know the pain that he has caused so many others. Especially given that little salute on camera. Are you out of your damn mind? I'm sorry, but when I was in grade school, grade school, junior high, high school, I was taught again and again and again and again and again. Fucking Nazi up. If they a Yahtzee, punch them. We went through a whole ass war to take them down and get rid of these people, and then to find out that, oh no, we brought them over. Yeah, I am the child's put her to bed, sleeper. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could make children sleep. I'm not sure how to feel about that. But yeah, just like the fact that Operation Paperclip was allowed to exist, the fact that we're having to deal with them again. I'm like, are you out of your fucking... I was told that we beat the living tar out of these people. Like we didn't let fascism stand, and now we're dealing with it again. What the fuck? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a piece of work. He should have no say over the education system, but the education system has been going downhill for a couple of decades now because of the fucking daughters of the Confederacy in Texas who write the textbooks and who are constantly revising history to be absolute bullshit. Because they're like, we don't know what black people were when we brought them over. They just all seem to be living in huts and tribes and shit. And I'm like, you lying pieces of shit. You know exactly who and what they were, but you literally expunged their records so that you could make them seem as if they were, wildly ignorant, uneducated, just, I don't know, they were just all sitting around, so we had to give them something to do. I'm like, are you... Like, the fact that they have rewritten history so thoroughly makes me so violently angry, but the fact that they are allowed to touch any of the fucking systems that we currently have, I don't understand why most of our Congress right now is not literally in cuffs and in jail awaiting a trial. Because they have done so much treasonous shit that is going to hurt so many millions of people. And it is going to take us decades to undo all that damage. It makes me unreasonable. It makes me very unreasonable at points. So many registrations got purged. They made it so much harder to vote. Like, they literally, Muskie Boy and Tangerine Man, both on camera, on live fucking record camera, said that they tampered with the results. How are they not in jail? How are they not already up on charges? They admitted it out loud. What the fuck? Mm-hmm. Yep. All of his money is from apartheid. Don't even get me started on his parents. Like May Muskie. I hope she inverts and has to wear it as a hat for the rest of her life, because that's what she is. That when they did that switch up, that should have been so illegal, because they lied in order to get those positions while under, like, they had to swear an oath that they were going to do the best for their constituents and to make sure that, you know, we remained a good place to be. Laughable, I know. But like the fact that so many of them did that, I'm like, literally these are treasonous acts. Like my high school civics and econ is telling me that what they did were treasonous acts, and I will tell you right now, what we did to traitors and what we did to traitors for a very, very long time, they weren't a problem after the trials were done, because it was a very quick stop. Very quick stop right afterwards. We did not let them exist. Ask the last people who were caught in like the 40s, 50s for espionage. Yep. Oh yeah, I mean it's all based around money. It's all based around power. Like, and here's the thing: is if well, and here's the thing: Muskie Boy came over on a student visa. On a student visa, you're not allowed to drop out of school. He dropped out of school and he started working. Both of those are violations to his student visa. Past that, when he started working, then he applied for citizenship. When you're applying for citizenship, you have to tell them the full story, which means if he had told them the full story that, oh yeah, I dropped out of college on this student visa while I'm applying for like citizenship or green card or whatever, he should have been automatically deported because he violated the agreement for his student visa. Even more so than somebody who just crossed a border. Crossing a border is actually only an infraction. It's not like a crime. It's a crime, it's not a crime. Crossing a border is kind of, what is it? A parking ticket level offense, not a felony. But lying on official documents to get like green card or permanent resident citizenship, that is a crime. That is a crime. And again, nobody has corrected that. Same thing with Melania Trump. She came over and was working when she should not have been working because she did not have a work visa. And then they brought her over on an Einstein or genius visa. What PhD does she hold? What great invention or intellectual property does she have that would warrant her getting an Einstein visa / fast track to citizenship? And then she used her status and her children's status as anchor babies to bring over her parents. Like, the double standard is glaring. And they do nothing. They do nothing. Most of the people who are here because they crossed a border or a border crossed them are here to work. And they do a lot of the jobs that we don't like doing. Now, instead, we have put them in for-profit prisons and we have created slave states. It hurts my head and it makes me a little bit grumpy, to say the least. Yes, I think it is incredibly rude, uncomely of if tarot card readers follow you, report them as frauds and scams and block them immediately. If not, they're going to try and do the whole rigmarole and whatnot. So yeah, it's a huge breach of just regular general common courtesy and etiquette. And when I see them, I do tend to get rid of them and whatnot, especially if they start spouting off. Like, ew. Yeah. No, I knew what you meant. I understood a few sentences. I understood. Yeah. You're right. Oh yeah. The fact she's not. She's really not. She's really not. Hey, I'm hanging in there as best I can. You know how it goes. But yeah, no, like, I'm sorry, but to me, and again, I don't know enough of the law in this particular regard, but to me, any elected official, politician who is supposed to be standing for their constituents, if they shirk their responsibilities and duties, I think there should be a way to just remove them because they're not doing their job. There should be a way to fire them and get somebody in there who's actually going to do their job. And instead, most of them have taken money from non-citizens. They've taken money from organizations, and then they vote in favor of those organizations, often boldly in the face of what the constituents need. So, fuck them. No, ooh, it's like half a slice. So, I don't have to lift the whole thing. So it has coffee in it, a little bit of chocolate. There's a strawberry. Yeah. Those are scammers. Those are definitely scammers. Make sure that you report them as frauds and scams, and then block them immediately. Here's the thing: any medium, any sensitive, any tarot card reader worth their salt. I have some nice shaved pork and rice. I'm probably going to add an egg and a bit of cheese with some onions and bok choy a little bit later on for dinner. But, you know, for now. Yeah. Hey, Melanie, go chew on glass. Yeah, those little bot farms are just... Ugh. Thank you, darling. Slowly as I'm eating, the gold dust is starting to go further and further. It does create a really interesting sheen, though. But thank you. But yeah, no. Those are bot farms. And TikTok does next to nothing about them. I really wish... I really wish there was something that we could do as the people... Like, but yeah, there's so few protections for us against those kind of things. Right. So yeah, when it comes to tarot card readers, mediums, sensitives, along with so many other service providers, we wait for audiences to come to us. People who need us will find us, will look us up, will hopefully do a little research on us, will at least watch us for a while so that they can feel out whether or not they like our vibe, whether they find us trustworthy or not. Scammers will always come to you. Scammers will always slide into your DMs. Like, I've only slid into my friends' DMs a couple, and like literal friends. I've slid into their DMs a couple times going, hey, I don't know if it's you or not. I'm just feeling something really off. Are you okay? Is something going on that I should know about? Like, are you okay? And they're like, well, I just got in a car wreck. I don't know how you would know about that. I was like, oh, okay. Do you need me to pick you up or what? And they're like, no, I'm about 200 miles away. But thank you for checking in on me. Like, I do that with friends. I would never do that with a stranger because I don't have that kind of connection with a stranger. So, yeah. Now, if they come sliding into your DMs... Also, I'm a millennial. Making a phone call is my personal hell. So, let alone texting somebody, sliding into somebody's DMs in that particular regard, especially asking for money. Fuck no. I have needs. I do have needs. I do have rent that I need to make. I do need to pay my bills. But I will give people, like, multiple ways, like, hey, if you want to support, if you would like to, you know, help me pay my bills. Basically, if you would like to do small level capitalism instead of big level capitalism, here are the services I offer. And pick from these, please. And, you know, I will do the tarot card reads, or I'll make, you know, artwork, or I'll make clothing. I will sit and talk with people, give good advice. I can do, you know, peer-to-peer, you know, talking kind of stuff. Or I can do other fun stuff. You know, create fantasies and experiences. But yeah, like, I will offer all of the different services I have. I will never go... Now, every now and again, people will hear that I have a need, and they'll go, I can spare a little bit extra, and I'll be like, thank you. If you need anything in the future, if you want card reads, if you want... They're like, no, no, no. We like you. We want to make sure that you continue forward. I'm like, millennials, for the most part, have trouble just receiving things without expecting there be some sort of an exchange of goods and services, a banter, a barter, or something. So, yeah. So yeah, it's like, I really need to make my rent money, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that my services are readily available, that my content and my custom orders are readily available, and people know where to go, where to get them. And, you know, I will do my best. I will do my best and try not to freak the fuck out. But yeah, like, when people slide into your no, can't do it. Right, millennials can't even ask for a fucking raise, let alone, can I have your money? I promise I'll give you a card read. Like, there's a reason I say I only read live. That way you know I got the money, and you know that you are getting the card read, because I'm doing it live. You are getting the thing that you have paid for. Like, millennials, we are a special breed, and by the way, millennials, we love you, Gen X. Trust me, we don't forget about you. We're just never quite sure how to approach you, because you're slightly boomer-esque, and you can be a little bit scary at times, but also we really, really think you're cool, and you're a lot better at handling shit than we are in certain regards. Same thing was like, we do sort of like Gen Z, but there are times that we're looking at Gen Z going, who taught you how to appropriate all this shit? Like, what the fuck? It is what it is. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it. The gold powder that I put on, I think it was called Game Over, or no, Game Night. It's called Game Night. It is just, I'm loving it. The sheen is just spectacular. But yeah. Oh, and if anybody does need card reads, up there, Blinks in the Lio. I will do card reads for $5 per card and live. Because a lot of Gen Z speak is actually just refurbished 1990s, 2000s era AAVEE. They appropriated a lot of basically black slang, and they appropriated it wrong. And some of the meaning got lost or twisted, and then they decided to put some emojis in there. It feels like you're going back to reading Egyptian hieroglyphics half the time. It's like, what the honk? That part. The fact that they call shit from like the 80s and 90s vintage. You look here, you little bit. I'm like, oh shit, technically I think they're kind of right. It's a little bit more retro than vintage. Vintage is a little bit further back, but ow. That part. Like gat or yat. Gat is short for god damn. As in it's like an expletive. It's a noise of oh my goodness. It's but they only saw it in context of people were commenting on somebody's backside. And so they said, "Oh, that must mean backside." And we're like, "No. No. Cake is backside. Yams is legs." Yams rhymes with gams. Anyways, yat as in yeah, damn, is an exclamation, like at least learn the fucking language. There's rules here. Oh man, there are moments and times you just like, God fucking damn it. Oh man, and fucking millennials got blamed for fucking Tide Pods. I'm like, we weren't eating that shit. We knew that shit tasted like shit. Oh, no, that tastes like, oh, no, we're done. It was the fucking Gen Zs who were doing that. And the millennials got blamed for the longest time. And then it finally got shifted over to the fucking Tide Pod. It's like, yeah, that was you dipshits eating that. We ain't vintage. Right. Yeah, always head them off early. Like, no, you don't get to use that until you actually show that you know what it means and you can use it properly. Oh my god, I have to honestly laugh when people use like Y2K language. I'm just like, the fact that 70s and 80s and 90s clothing is coming back in, I'm like, motherfucker, we're not even retired yet, let alone dead. What are you doing? As a millennial. Yeah, oh my god. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, no, I remember having my mouth washed out with soap a couple times for saying a bad word. That shit was awful. That shit was awful. Let alone, who chews and swallows a Tide Pod? Who? That shit. I accidentally got a little bit of that soap on like my finger. I had flashbacks. I was spitting that shit out. I'm like, who chews and swallows that? Like, what? Your tongue should have told you about too. And it. Oh, that's not. Oh. Who's going? This gummy is really fighting me. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right. I'll clean your mouth out. No! I'll give you a reason to cry. Look, I'm already crying for plenty of reasons. I don't need you to give me more. What the fuck? Hey, V. Oh, man. I mean, to give them at least a tiny bit of credit, I do appreciate that they figured out that instead of drinking whatever was being served at a party, that they could pregame either more or more sober. They figured out doing a gallon jug of their own stuff, coming in, putting a straw in it, and just nursing that all night long. I'm like, you know what? That's smart. That's honestly smart. That way your DD always knows that they have something that is sober, and those who want to party can. I'm like, honestly, okay. That and their malicious compliance. Oh my god, their malicious compliance is breathtaking to watch. What was it? There was a school who was like, you can't have backpacks. They went, okay, we won't have backpacks then. And they brought toboggans, sleds. They brought like the R2-D2 Red Bull, ice things. Like, oh my god. I am doing readings tonight. By all means. It is $5 per card, right up there. Feel free to have that. I would very much appreciate it, because I definitely have some bills that I need to get paid. And yes, I will be putting up clothing and artwork over the next couple days. And if you get it ordered by the end of this weekend, I will have it sent out on Monday. I'm just saying. Right. The fact that you were trying to tell students, oh, we can't have you bringing in backpacks because they might contain dangerous things. You know what's dangerous? The 70 pounds worth of fucking books you gave us. You think we're just gonna handhold that shit? I've got AP Chemistry, AP History, AP English. Like, I got $1,000 worth of books right here, weighing enough to like kill a toddler. Like, and you're telling me I can't have a fuck you, motherfucker, just shopping cart this shit in. Like, I'm like, You asked for it. You said no backpacks. They didn't bring a single backpack. I'm just saying. The malicious compliance was chef's kiss. 2 card? Okay. Yes, 10 for 2. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I definitely tried a slightly different eyeliner style tonight. And oh my goodness, it's working so well. So well. Oop, apparently I missed something, but one of our mods was on top of it. Thank you, mod. I appreciate it. So 1 card, so like if you do a regular $5 1 card, it'll get you like a kind of what's going on in your life, maybe a little bit of like what direction you're headed, what pathway you're kind of headed down, maybe a little bit of like, oh, you might want to avoid this a little bit, or oh no, you're doing pretty good, you're on this path, let's go. Yes, it just came through. Hello. I'm doing good, I'm doing quite well. Honestly, I had a really good day today, got some really nice content made. I'm going to edit it, I think, over the next day, and get it hopefully posted up, and then also get a lot of stuff for Mayhem Market posted up. And if anybody needs custom content, custom photography type stuff, or custom artwork, by all means, feel free to ask. We can get a commission started for you. It's all good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you saying so. I do a lot of things. I'm a millennial. I am ADHD. I am working my absolute damnedest to get my feet under me so that I can actually have a consistent financial income that will afford me the ability to live, create better content, and provide for my community. So, yeah. I know, right? Don't we just love a good pearl necklace? Am I a little bit bawdy? B-A-W-D-Y? Absolutely. Am I a touch raunch? Yeah. Do I like to have 18 plus discussions? Yes. And 18 plus doesn't always mean 18 plus just means something with nuance. Discussions that can have deeper meaning, deeper connection, more highbrow concept and whatnot. So if you are a minor, I will highly suggest to find yourself elsewhere. I bear no ill will overall towards that. I also ask that there are no minors because I know sometimes adults get aggressive when they think that there's a soft target in the room, and they will go at you, and I have a very, very short temper when it comes to that. So this is actually for your protection as well. Good. Good. Because that's partially what I meant. Welcome to an entendre. An entendre is a type of doublespeak where, like a joke, it has 2 meanings. It means one thing that can be very banal, but then it also has another meaning that is slightly less banal. Trust me, it was a struggle all the way around, but it was worth it. It was so worth it, because that last apartment was going to be my death knell, honestly. It was not good for me. I appreciate that. I really do. We've had a couple of times where we've had younger people come in there like, I'm 17, but I'm going to be 18 in like a couple weeks. I'm like, come back when you're 18, we're good. Other than that, I'm going to ask you to... Because I have to maintain the boundary line. I don't like when those boundary lines are crossed, so I have to be firm on those boundary lines. Anytime I find even a minor violation, I just, I have to express, hey, no, we gotta keep... But the moment you meet, the requirements, come on back, it's totally cool, there will be no hard feelings about it. Hello, hello. So that is the Queen of Cups in reverse, paired with the Six of Swords. So, I'm sorry, not Queen of Cups, Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles tends to be soft purse strings. You know, she likes to fun the fun from behind the scenes. But upended, the purse is dry. And this is not even just a matter, this is not even just a matter of coin. There's kind of a matter of just like feeling burnt out and feeling exhausted, just nothing to draw from. And I think that's probably why it is paired with the Six of Swords. Luckily, the Six of Swords is right side up. So you're headed through kind of a rocky or rough place, troubled waters, as it were. But at least you're in a boat. At least you're in a boat. You're not being hurled downstream towards swords. You're in a boat. You can do a little bit of navigating around it. It still feels a little perilous, a little bit tense, and like the boat may have sprung a little bit of a leak. How do I put this? Continue to try and steer the boat. Ask for a little help on getting the dang thing fixed. You're gonna have to ask for help on this. Like, you need somebody who can kind of help plug the leak, as it were. You're not in a lot of danger. It's just like, it's like one of those slow leaks, and you're like, we might have to steer over to the shore just to get the water out of the boat and actually do an actual fix. Because the longer you continue to try and head downstream without fixing it, it's going to get worse. You know it's going to get worse. You're already like, this is bad. This is bad. But yeah, ask for help. Kind of, if you can, pull to the side, pull to the shore, get that water out, get that shit sealed up. Once you've got it sealed up, you've given yourself a bit of time to recover, basically. And once you've recovered a bit, once you've fed back into your soul, once you have a few burdens off of your plate, it will be a lot easier, a lot better. But no, you cannot just fix it yourself. This requires help from the community. So find a community near you, ask for help. Being hard-headed does not help. I say this from experience, like 40 years worth of experience, and my own hard-headedness. Like, I don't know if I've made that clear enough tonight. That it's the hyper-independence. It's the hyper-independence. It's not good. It's not good. Hence the reason I am making concentrated efforts to, again, avail my services to the community at large. Me, hard-headed, never. Gemini, hard-headed. What? Willful? Yes. Stubborn? Absolutely. Flighty as hell and just kind of forget until everything's in a crisis situation? Shut up. But yeah. So yeah, ask for the fucking help. Unless you know how to repair boats, which I'm guessing you don't in this particular instance. Unless you know how to repair a boat, ask for the help. You cannot row and steer at the same time. Yeah, it is $5 per card. If you go up to the Blinks in Lio, I can take you after that, and you can buy between 1 and 10 cards. So like 1 card would be $5, 10 cards would be $50. That's a full Celtic cross, which means you'd be getting my Shadowscape cards because they love doing Celtic crosses. And they read for filth. Yeah. Thank you, darling. Yeah, it is hard to accept. It is. It is. Thank you, Pop. I appreciate it. Nope. Not in this economy, especially not when I need to make rent this month. Or for next month, I should say. So, no thank you. And I would not suggest you go into other people's lives requesting free services unless they are offering it. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Oh, thank you, Pup. Right? I'm like, the irony, but I wasn't going to point it out. I'm glad you did, though. Like, your name says. And then you don't do? I mean, if you're tired, you can lay down your head, can't you? Or do you have to wait because they'll, like, bring in food or something? Hello, hello. Welcome on in. I'm doing my best. Doing my best. Trying to make sure that I'm putting all the things out there that I need to put out there. How you doing this evening, dear? Oh, do any of my subscribers need their card for the month pulled? Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, doing pretty good. Yay. We love to see it. We love to hear it. I'm doing pretty good. I might be on for about the next hour. But I do... I accidentally had a bad bout of insomnia. I had basically a Firewatch situation. And I stayed awake all night, which was not good for me. So, yeah. Yay! Aw. I'm glad you got the job. Not even just that you're looking for your reads later. I am so glad you got the job because, you know, we're all kind of looking for that stability right about now. And fuck yeah, I am glad that you got it. Hello, hello. Honestly, I spent about half the night just literally trying to force myself to sleep. And other than that, I tried to find things that were, like, redundant, monotonous, so that at the very least my brain could do, like, a half-sleep type situation where it just calmed itself down. But yeah, no, I was high alert all night because I thought it was going to rain, and because my last apartment routinely had leaks every time it rained, my brain is now like fire watch alert anytime it gets kind of rainy. Mm-mm. Come in April 1st, I think that's Monday, and we will read it for you, my dear. you have to be up at 6? Aw. Do something. You know what? You can always go over to the Tube of Views. Lo-fi is really good for getting you to sleep. If you need somebody talking, I've got a lot of stuff that is, I've got new stuff up. I have new stuff up. You can go, you can listen to that. I think I need a couple hundred more subscribers before anything can be monetized. But honestly, any help that I can get, getting subscribers over there, getting, especially if anything were to happen to this platform, I would kind of reconvene over there first and then figure out from there where we're going, what we're doing, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, like I've got new stuff up over there. Feel free to go and just listen, chill, whatnot with it. It's going to take I think it's probably going to take a couple months, but I will be slowly but surely catching up to everything, and I have got to get a lot of those lives downloaded, like ASAP. Play the categories game? Yeah. I need a certain amount of stimulation. I know, it's so weird. If I have a certain amount of stimulation, I will actually get sleepy faster. But when it's a Firewatch situation, I am just high alert awake, and it sucks. And I know other people have been through it as well. Well, yeah. Tree comes in through your roof. Now every time you hear like a good gust of wind or storm come along, you're like, oh shit, is this gonna be the same situation? Yeah, no, I hear ya. Oh good, yay. I am the wrong person for... Oh, thank you. I am the wrong person for true crime. I have a degree in psychology. I wanted to become a profiler for the FBI for a short while. I got deep into true crime, but like crime, especially serial unalivers. And I absolutely despise a lot of true crime takes on it, because a lot of times they work on sensationalizing this shit and do not take into account the harm or the hurt that they can create amongst living family members, who then are subjected to having to relive details, or have people, oh, like, hey, did you hear this? Like, oh my god, I am trying to heal over here. Can we please stop dragging this up? Like, so yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody asked me about favorite. Honestly, I like chimeras, because I kind of am one in a lot of fashions. But yeah, I think chimeras are some of the most interesting, like, mythical creatures. Honestly. Right. Gotta have like a background noise or a fidget or something. Yeah. Oh, that is wild. Yeah, no worries. Well, that, it also, I mean, it's this platform is really hard to do true crime on in certain regards, because you have to be very careful about the words you use, and I know some pretty hellacious details, especially about serial unalivers, and yeah, I like Jack the Ripper was one of my hyper focuses, but so was Andrew, oh god dang it, Chikoletov. He was Russia's first recognized serial unaliver, and they got him on 54 counts of serial unalive and serial unaliver, and they got him on 54 counts of serial unalive and... Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, my phone. I was like, no. So sorry. Andrew Chikoletov. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's where it was. Andrew Chikoletov, Russia's first serial recognized They probably had a problem before then, but they didn't recognize it. Recognized serial unaliver, got him on 54 counts of unalive and eating. Yeah. And it's more than likely that he probably had double that numbers. But they could only get him on 54 counts. Not a vamp. He was not a vamp. He was Hannibal Lecter. And honestly, when you see his pictures from his trial, you can tell. You can tell something is deeply wrong. Deeply wrong with this man. Like, it is bad. Now, that is not to say that women don't do serial unaliving. Their reasons for serial unaliving tends to be very different. Yeah, right. Don't worry, I'm just gonna go Google something. So yeah, more often than not, women would act as angels of mercy. And they could go undetected for decades. Their counts could often be in the hundreds. But they weren't taken nearly as seriously because a lot of their victims were terminal. Almost always nurses, caregivers, anesthesiologists. They would be working with, the elderly, terminal patients, people who were not in the best of health. And then, if they pass, they pass. And quite often they saw it as them giving these terminal or indigent people mercy and letting them pass without having to go through pain and suffering. So, yeah, it was like serial female unalivers usually did it for much, much, much different reasons than male serial unalivers. I know that there's gotta be some good podcasts out there. Oh, I wish I could remember, yeah. So a hedonist and vampire are slightly different things. Vampire, a being that likes to take the life force energy from others. My particular style is not of the deep red. It is actually of the energy that somebody would consensually give. Sometimes the life essence that is far more fun to give. There's a reason I accidentally gave succubuses the reputation that they have. A hedonist is a person who searches for pleasure. And that pleasure is not just a carnal pleasure. It can be foodies, people who really like wine, drinks, tiki bars, that kind of stuff. Art, pleasurable experiences like escape rooms and so on and so forth, etc. So as a hedonist, you indulge in things that bring you joy. Lots and lots and lots of joy. So, yeah. Hedonist doesn't always specifically mean carnal. It just tends to be associated with. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Anybody is allowed to ask questions, especially if there's ever a word that I use that you don't understand, it is totally okay to ask. Okay, one card pull. I will either use a different word or I'll explain a word. That is never a problem. And I'm not trying to use said words to be high, mighty, elitist, or nothing like that. This is just my regular vocabulary. It just is rather expansive. So, yeah. Since it is expansive, it can be a little overwhelming sometimes. But I have no problem, explaining things to people. Because that way, now you have a new word, now you understand a little bit more. Thank you. Aw, I appreciate that. I mean, mostly I just rant about shit, but I like having a good conversation. That's why I kind of set up this place. It's a salon. It's a third space. It is a place where you can talk and banter about a lot of different stuff. Sometimes get a little guidance, sometimes get a little direction, sometimes have a spirited discussion. Yeah. Right, you would think I'd pick up at least a few things here and there. I always have a perspective on pretty much everything. I'm not always right. But I do tend to have very firm opinions. I will absolutely involve myself in a spirited discussion. But I will also set down my boundaries very firmly as well. And, so if you go up to the Blinks and Lao, it's only $5 per card. You can buy between 1 and... Yeah, that's why I've been mixing. You can buy between 1 and 10 cards, and we can do a read for you. Do you remember your first... Oh, no, never again. Oh. Moonshine. Moonshine 151. Yeah. Oh, no. I remember even for grog. Somebody did a homemade grog, and I literally had a thimble full, and I am pretty sure that was just straight up paint thinner, because I had never been hammered so hard, so fast, and so unpleasantly. It was bad. It was real bad. It's basically just homemade alcohol. It's supposed to be super strong, and it is no. Because if you make a distilled spirit incorrectly, you end up leaving methanol. Is it methanol? Ethanol. You end up leaving a poisonous type of alcohol. And when I say, like, look, all alcohol is poison technically. But there is a certain types of alcohol you cannot imbibe. Your body does not break it down correctly. It can cause blindness. It can actually cause you to unalive. It is wicked bad. It is so wicked bad. Nope. You're gonna go away, and I hope you eat rocks. Get your scam artist ass out of here, motherfucker. Sorry. No. Well, apparently that card made its choice. Oh, nice. Sorry, as I upend everything. My goodness. So we've got the Knight of Swords. Chimera. Chierma. Chimera. I think I inverted a letter or two there. I'm not good at spelling in my head. So the Knight of Swords tends to be, thank you, that's what I meant, right there. I'm like, I know that I didn't spell that. Thank you. But yeah, Knight of Swords tends to be a little bit brash, a little bit rakish, a little bit come hither, let's have some fun. They talk a good game. Swords are a card of communication. But yeah, this is definitely a knight on a mission. So yeah, they're gonna talk sweet, they're gonna talk nice, they're gonna be in your ear. But mostly because they're trying to get you on the blimp. They're like, hey, we got places to go, we got things to do, let's go. They're gonna ply you with sweet words. But not in a way to get something out of you that you don't want to give. They're trying to give you a carrot rather than a stick. They need you to go with them. Yeah, we're going towards something. And it feels like a a new way to get your point across. You've got to do, you have to live. How do I explain this? You kind of have to go through life sometimes stumbling over your words, stumbling through your words, learning how to refine what you're going to say to different people in different ways. Right now, they really, I don't know why I keep saying it, they really just need you on the blimp. They need you on the airship. Like, we're going to give you new words, but you've got to get on the ship so that we can actually start this whole journey. We've got to get going. I don't know why everybody's on a timetable right now. Jesus. They are definitely going to champion for you. They're going to do their absolute best to make sure that you get in front of the right mentors, the right people who can give you the right jargon. Because pretty soon you're going to need to be able to speak in a slightly different way or a slightly different language. So they'll get you in front of the right people, but you got to be open to actually learning new ways to communicate, new dialects. Like, not a full language. Like, it's not like you're going from English to French. It's much more like you're going from New York English to California English. So just there's going to be a dialectical difference in how you're going to need to communicate with people in the very near future. So, yeah, I can't get a read on whether this person is feminine or masculine. It just feels like they, and it's probably because they're not trying to like get to know you. They're trying to just get their job done and get you there. So they're gonna come in and you're gonna like how they talk. You're just gonna like how they talk, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. And they're like, good. Interesting is good. You're interested? Let's go. You're definitely gonna get you along. And honestly, learning the new dialect is going to be increasingly helpful for the future, because that's going to open new doors for you to actually walk through. And when you know the language, it makes it so much easier to integrate, get into the party, hobnob, rub elbows, do what you got to do. So yeah, just little things here and there. It feels like a business dialect. It really feels like a business dialect. Because I keep getting the word jargon. And jargon is very specific terminology that tends to tie into business or into specialized fields. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Blinkser and Lio, thank you very much. Hello, welcome. How's everybody doing? Come on in. I will be on tomorrow night as well. And I will be, of course, reading cards. I will hopefully have a lot of new stuff posted up on the webs. I should have my commissions open. And honestly, this is a really, really, really good time to get a commission done. I am highly motivated. And I am feeling the creativity coming back to me. I'm also definitely feeling the communication coming back to me, because, oh my god. Fuck Mercury retrograde. That shit sucks. I hate that Mercury retrograde is like a quarterly thing. It's so bad. It's so awful. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, so far I'm having a pretty good day. We're reading some cards. We're chilling out. We're having some really fun discussions and whatnot. So feel free, come on in. If you like the vibe, stick around. If you wish to participate in the tarot cards, Blinkser and Lio. Other ways to find me around the web, also Blinks and Lio. I do everything from writing over on AO3. I do also accept gentle critique. I do like to know how people are processing my writing. I'm not saying that I'm the best writer. I'm still learning, but I'm trying my best to write chapter stories now. Sometimes I'll do some one-shots just so I can get some, some work in. But yeah, also I am on Mayhem Marketplace. I've got a few things listed up there. I'm going to be adding more. And I'm on some verified sites. So if you are clever, you will be able to find me. I honestly would love to get more people over on those sites so that I could have particular nights where we could actually do some really fun, in-depth conversations about topics that we cannot broach here. But yeah, my day's going well. How are you doing? Hello, hello. And I will be on till about 10 o'clock. Ooh, tacos. Fuck yeah, that sounds good. Love it. Ooh, actually, I've got some carnitas and rice. That sounds good tonight. That sounds real good tonight. I think I'll be making that after I get off. Ooh, yay! Thank you. And by the way, for anybody in here who's confused and not sure if you like the vibe or not, it's okay not to like the vibe. It's okay if I am not your shot of whiskey or your cup of tea. That is perfectly fine. Not everybody is for everybody, and we're good. It's good. If I truly annoy you, especially if my voice truly annoys you, block me. Please block me. I don't take that as a bad thing. I just take that as I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. It's your voice. It's your voice. I can't do it. If you interact, you're placing a brick on your algorithm, which means I'm going to pop up more often, which means you're going to be more irritable. So yeah, just go ahead and block. That's totally cool. If you like the vibe, on the other hand, do feel free to join me by all means. I would love to have you around. This is a third space. We talk about a lot of different stuff, including witchcraft. I read tarot cards. Sometimes we do pendulum. That is a very, very new thing. Candle blessings, all kind of different stuff. But we also do take, we talk about science. We talk about sociology, psychology, all different kinds of stuff. So if you're like, I just need something that kind of wanders all over the place. Hi, welcome. Come on in. Hi, help about job. Okay, if you're looking for a tarot card reading, go up to the Blinks in Lyle. It's $5 per card, and we can get you read. Yes, I do make custom corsets. I will be putting up custom orders tomorrow. I'm got some stuff that I need to download and edit anyways, so I'm going to do a full, custom orders for corsetry, custom orders for clothing, and custom orders for artwork. So, yes, those will be open. Oh, yes. So there's a couple of different ways to go about it. I'm trying to find a good international payment option. Because I have no problem, sending things all over the place. And it would be something that would need to be, received by signing off for it. Because I want to make sure that if I'm sending anything overseas, that it actually gets there. So, yeah. No, I will not be going to church. I was evangelical Christian for the first 20 years of my life. I will never be going back to a church willingly, as far as I can see. And I have problems if people try to proselytize. So if you are going to try and be uber Christian I will spar with you for a bit, but you will ultimately be asked to leave or made to leave. So yeah. So a corset is usually about a week-long process, sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more. I just like to give the corset pieces enough time to rest in between so that you don't have shifting afterwards. I do have a degree of fashion design and a degree of psychology. So, yeah, I learned things and I learned things well, but yeah. I did not know that, I don't trust PayPal in certain ways because they also give away a lot of your information to people you don't possibly even know. So it can be a little bit dicey in that particular fashion. But yeah. Yes. So if you've ever seen me wearing a corset, I actually do corsetry for myself. And that's what I'm working on right now, is coming up with like a full chart so that I can make corsets that are made to fit. I tend to use a Victorian style pattern when I'm drafting, so there's less about a cup, and which is more of a mantua or a wasp waisted thing. It's much more about using flat pressure and then shaping. So yeah. That part, which funny enough, like he's sort of connected to PayPal, but he's not quite connected to PayPal. Like, but yeah, I'm trying to find another way, and I'm sort of looking at it through Throne, because Throne does conversion, and I believe it goes international. So that might be the payment method I end up going with for my international types. But yeah. So did we have anybody else who had questions or statements that they wanted / needed to make? Did the Christian leave? Well, not all the Christians, because I know we have a couple of nice Christians in here. But no, the one that was trying to take me to church for some reason. Perfect. Hubby and I do. Oh, Ren Fair for like over 10 years. Oh my god, yes. So do you want a corset or do you want a bodice? It's slightly different, along the same lines. Honestly, along the same lines, but just slightly different. Hosier mentioned. Okay, that's funny. Hello. Take me to church. Oh god, I still think I remember. Yeah, no worries, no. Don't worry, I wore one for so long and I'm like, Those are actually even easier to make because they work on almost purely fabric pressure, fabric snugness, rather than steel boning every single freaking. Because you have a slightly more blocky form in a bodice, because it was meant to be a support garment, especially if you were a peasant. It was meant to be a support garment to give you a little bit extra back support, but also give you a little bit more protection against the cold and whatnot. So yeah, it works a little bit more on pressure, rather, just regular pressure without boning, rather than actually having to put boning every like couple of inches to keep you scaffolded up, which I love. So yeah, it shapes you a little bit less, but it is still supposed to give you a very good amount of support. Okay, fair. Let's get some job insight. Ooh, and we're gonna slide over to... Yeah, we're going to slide over into cold. But yes, stomachers, stays, corsets and bodices are all kind of a continual line of support garments. They were worn amongst nobility, royalty, merchant class, and even into the peasant class. So if it takes me a little research to figure out the right era, because there is a difference between medieval and Renaissance. Medieval came before Renaissance. If it is peasant / merchant class, then it's probably going to be pretty easy to replicate because their clothing changed the slowest. They didn't have the coin to constantly change. They just stuck with what worked. Yes, they would, but it was modified so that it was over the stomach and open. So like the upper portion, the bosom was supported, but the belly would be left a little bit more open, and wouldn't actually put pressure against it. So yeah, there was some minor modifications that could be made so that you weren't putting pressure directly on a developing fetus. Getting the reads about the job. Ooh. Okay, so 6 of Pentacles reversed. So the 6 of Pentacles is recognizing that sometimes you have to slog through the muck, go through hardship, or go through some less than pleasant. Put in the hard work, the elbow grease, in order to get, the high paying, the well resounding, well renowned. But in reverse, it feels much more like if you're in like an elevated position, it feels like more and more muck is being raked on top of you. It's becoming it's less worth being there because you're being saddled with more responsibilities, more things that, you're told you have to do, but it's not in your job description. In other words, it should have been a decently easy job with a, descriptions, titles, here's what we do, A, B, C, D, wrote, easy to do, good money, happy with it. Instead, more and more and more and more is being piled on your plate, and it's becoming the money is not worth it. You're like, I did not do all that work to get here just to go back to doing all that extra work and working for doing the work of 4 people and getting paid for 1. So if you are not happy where you are at, if you feel like you're being saddled with a lot more responsibility, being paid for 1 person's salary while doing 2, 3, 4 people's worth of work, it may very well be time to be like, you know what? Because yeah, honestly, it doesn't feel like it's gonna let up. It really doesn't feel like it's gonna let up. So you will have to make the decision whether or not you can handle that, whether or not you want to ask for I am hearing the words fucking raise, or if you just need to go, you know what, nah, I'm good, I'm out, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing this, you're not paying me enough, you're expecting far too much, and you are showing no gratitude towards what I've already done. I'm not even giving you a 2-week notice, I'm giving you a 2-minute notice, I've already got my shit in a box, bye. Yeah. Yeah, whoever they are, they don't mind shoveling shit on top of you. So, treat them accordingly. Never give them a 2-week notice. Never. 2-week notice is a courtesy. And if they tell you, no, you have to stick around for 2 weeks and train somebody, pull a full ass Rick and Morty. I ain't gotta do shit. You could suck my... No, shut up. I don't have to listen to you. Fuck you. Have that moment if you've got to have that moment. Especially if you already know that you're not going to be getting, like, a letter of recommendation to go with. Like, nah. You know that they have no loyalty to you. You know that they will fuck you over. Treat them how they're going to treat you. Like, do not feel bad about just fucking walking. Yeah, no, I think it's definitely moving into the era of people are just done dealing with shitty jobs. Ha! Nice. Right, sometimes you gotta be like Rick. Nice! I would have dropped a key card off at that front desk. That's all I gotta say. Like, you know what? I don't care what you do with it. I don't care what I'm not coming back. Goodbye. Do you have anything at home? I ain't got shit you know about. Oh, yeah. Oh, they will treat you so different. And then they act like you have to stick around and train your replacement. No. Not unless you're paying me trainer money. You wanna pay me to train somebody? Cool. You're gonna be paying like double, triple rate. But if you ain't paying me to be somebody's trader, nah. Oh look, see Wolf Tarot. Mods, do as you will. So I hope that gave you a little insight. Hope that gave you a little something. Also, if anybody slides into your DMs professing to be this, that, the universe moved me, God told me. Block them. Block them hard. Report them and block them. They are full of horseshit. No reader, sensitive, clairvoyant, worth their salt goes and finds you. You find them when you need them. Right? Yeah. I don't deserve an Oscar. I'm just being me. This is just regular ass Sanguine. Right? And that's the part that I find funny is they'll use my profile pic. Sometimes they'll even steal some of my content so it looks like it's me. But then they like start, oh, the universe, moved me to come and talk to you, beloved. That's a very particular word, and I wouldn't just be using that on anybody. But beyond that, it's like, and God moved, no. That would be the last deity I'd be invoking. It's funny because they don't actually speak like me. This is how I speak. And yeah, just be careful. Just please be careful. Hello. Right? Oh, it makes my skin crawl when they do that stuff. I'm like, if God sent you, you should have already known. I don't talk to that bastard. I cut him off. He would have already told you that I was about to cuss you about 7 ways from Sunday. Like, if he's supposed to be knowing all seeing, like, you know not to come at me with that word. Give him the feedback. Give him the feedback. You know, that feels like you've lost an elderly person in your life. Oh, I am so fucking Valley Girl. I am like a little bit Valley, sometimes a little bit Southern, a whole lot of Californian, and kind of a grumpy bitch to go. Quick, somebody please translate that, because my Spanish/Portuguese is super fucking rusty. Can somebody please translate what he is saying? That's another thing I don't always understand per se, is when certain people come in and there's a language barrier. I would think that you would want to search out people who don't have the language barrier, especially if you're asking questions. That is an odd. Darling, I don't need your I don't need your birthday. Is he looking for a read, or is this a marriage proposal? One is less difficult, the other one is absolutely not. Oh, okay. Okay, no. Okay, no. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a millennial. That is not a good way to court me. I appreciate that I am pretty. I appreciate that I look Latina. I'm a very boring half black, half white. I did not learn my mother tongue. I I I was just born American. So, yeah. A good way, gentle banter, back and forth first. Uh, Actually talking to me, getting to know me, uh, having an actual conversation. Flattery does not get you hardly anywhere with me. In fact, it puts me automatically on the defensive, because certain people expect flattery to get them everywhere, and I've had so many instances where when I gently turn down flattery, or even firmly turn down flattery, I got a violent reaction back. And then suddenly I was fat, I was ugly, I was a bitch, I was this, that, and the third, da, 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, that's the reason I turned it down, because I knew that your flattery of me was incredibly conditional on me being receptive to said flattery. Right? If you're gonna go full tilt, like, you gotta have some wordplay in there. It's gotta be buttery. It better look like Don Quixote. Like, I better be like, oh shit, now I gotta learn Castilian. I gotta remember it's got a lisp. It's got a lisp because their ruler at the time had a lisp. So it was Spanish filtered through a lisp. So, but yeah. Like, flattery is almost the worst way to get a person, especially like myself, to be compliant, because I'm in my 40s. I've heard it all. Right, and it's almost always the insults after rejection. I've had few people who were like, okay, I had to shoot my shot, but thank you. I'm like, hey, you know what? Thank you for taking that so well. Like, honestly, it's cool and everything. We can talk. We can talk as human beings, but it's probably not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to let you know that ahead of time. Like, yeah. That and if I can't see the person across from me, there's a yeah, transactional compliments. Thank you. Transactional compliments are gross because you don't really mean it. You just want the reaction. That part. That part. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm pretty. I can't believe you said I'm pretty. Oh wow. Like, bitch, I know I'm gorgeous. I know that I am pretty. I know because that is what I have been told my entire life, usually until I rejected somebody. Like, I know I'm pretty. I got this cute round face. I got these soft bedroom eyes. I got this lovely cupid bow mouth. I've got like the little bit of a button nose. I got some fantastic. These are lovely, okay? I got the soft squish in the middle. I got the nice hips. I got the thick thigh. Yeah, no, like I know I'm pretty. I can see it. I can see it. Now beyond pretty, beyond pretty, what am I? Because if you're only looking at the outside exterior, it means you know nothing of me as a person. And if you know nothing of me as a person, how can you compliment me? I have seen very conventionally attractive people who were absolute POSs. And it made them god-awful ugly to me because it's like, oh, you're pretty outside, but you're rank inside. No, thanks. No, no. I can't be around that. I can't be around that. No. Yeah, it's like, don't compliment me on my looks. That's easy. That is easy. That is the first thing you see. It is surface level. It doesn't need anything more. If you're going to compliment me on something that is less than surface level obvious. Mm-hmm. That part. It's like, oh, I'm all these horrible things now, but like literally 5 minutes ago, you were practically humping my ankle, like that. And when you do it in like in front of a room full of witnesses, it's like you can't unring that bell. Everybody saw. Everybody saw. Like, yeah. Really, motherfucker? You're not wrong though. You're not wrong. Hey. You're not wrong. No, but I do appreciate that. Honestly, there are days that my hair just does look like I stuck my finger in an electric socket. Today, it's actually retaining the moisture. The deep moisture is in there. I've got a little bit of a beeswax, so the curls are really like holding curl and shape. So, no, I appreciate that. Right? Right, I'm like, hey, I don't mind. And again, like, I don't mind that you're flirting and whatnot, but clearly I don't speak Spanish. I don't read it very well either. I'm like, I think I understand some of these words. I think I know what he's saying, but I also don't want to be arrogant and assume that that's what he's saying. That he's saying something complimentary, but also he was using almost the exact same compliments on repeat. I feel like such a like my I wish that I'd learned like proficiently learned and kept 2 or 3 languages. I learned a little bit of German. I learned French for 4 years. But yeah, language, weirdly enough, foreign languages is one of my weak suits. Regular English language, I've got a giant vocabulary. I don't know why. Just maybe it's because I grew up reading Abrahamic Latin, basically. So the Abrahamic faiths, you know, this person begat this person begat this person. You would pick up like small bits of language and learning how to sound things out so that for the most part you could say things. But yeah, it's just like, oh, yeah, no, I'm not, no. Right. Models. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. How's everybody doing? We're coming up on 10 o'clock. If there's any last card reads, feel free to have at. We can do at least one more read. I'd be totally okay with that. Pardon as I... Whew. I dare you to pay me first. Okay. Hello. Look, I rarely refuse a challenge if it is a challenge in good faith. But in this economy... I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. Thank you. Yeah, no, I did a little bit of a photo shoot with pearl necklaces. They came out quite nice and quite well. So yeah, I decided to keep that on and just throw a nice lightweight shift dress with it. I absolutely love it. And if y'all need to find me, there are plenty of places to find me. A few of them that are verified sites that take a little bit of something to go with, but you know. Ooh. I remember the old Teen Titans. Those are actually pretty good. What would I say your niche is? Probably like witchcraft and tarot are a niche that I kind of fall into. If we're talking about what is my niche on the verified sites, definitely picture taking, leaning towards the vampire, leaning towards, you know, kind of this aesthetic, boudoir is a good way to put it. But also, the one that I really want to be doing long term would be power dynamic. I love tailoring an experience, especially a cathartic. Read that in a couple different ways. A cathartic experience. And I don't mind actually teaching new people about power dynamics and helping them explore safely different types of power dynamics. And I tend to be very upfront about like what my hard limits are, the things that I won't do, versus what I'm willing to do, what I'm willing to teach through. And the same thing is like I help people have those conversations that they want to have so that they can go about doing things in a safe and well-informed manner. Because I've been through the not well-informed route, and that was bad. So I'd like to make sure that other people don't go through that. And it looks like we just got a 1 card. Dizziest, are you here? Or the youngest Dizzy, I should say. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, they really are. I'm enjoying these. let's get my rent paid. Let's definitely get my rent paid. And then after we get my rent paid, let's work towards getting the next set of nails, cause they're not quite showing quick just yet. So I've got at least about another week or so on them. But yeah, I definitely have ideas for what I want to do on the next set, and some of the ASMR that I want to do with it. If we can get them funded, yes, we will absolutely get the toes done too. And anytime that I go get to the nails done and the toes done, I will take y'all along. It is an actual field trip day, and you will see everything that is done, and it's always so much fun to like show that to y'all, because I y'all make some fun commentary firstly, but also I really do enjoy showing that your support in all of its different fashions and manners really does mean a lot to me, so thank you. I use sage, but regular garden sage, not white sage, because white sage is part of a closed practice. So mostly I do polish them. I do sometimes do a little bit of an alcohol spray to kind of make them a little bit shinier, and also cuticle oil every couple of days. I like to put a little bit of cuticle oil on, just to make sure that they are growing out healthy, that I'm not getting hangnails and the like. I also like to do a lot of tapping, a lot of fingernail tapping, because yeah. Also, you have to be careful about using sage in a closed place. You can get thallium poisoning if you burn it too often. It's a type of heavy metal that is produced within the plant, so please be careful with it. But yeah, just you can use sage, regular ass sage. Just don't go bonkers with it. And make sure you're in a well ventilated area. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I definitely think you're right. We're just seeing if they've run out of steam like a toddler who, did a couple of laps around the living room and, falls over and falls asleep, or if they're going to keep at it, and if they keep at it, the mods will handle. Queen of Swords. In the reverse. Yeah, I think they got the zoomies. If I do have a mod in here, if you could go ahead and take care of that. Boy, this is like Mercury retrograde. Like Queen of Swords tends to be gentle, tends to communicate softly, doesn't really mince words, but uses gentle phrasing, gentle calm tone, and this just it feels like somewhere between Charlie Brown's teacher and just like it's not coming through. It's like talking through deep water, and it is so frustrating, because normally you say something, it's crystal clear, easy to understand, people know what you need, it gets handled in fast fashion. Right now you're just like, the fuck, the absolute fuck. Like, I know I didn't. I know I wasn't unclear. Like, why are people are either taking things too harshly or just not listening at all? It's like one or the other, and you're like, seriously. Take a breath. Right now, it's a Mercury retrograde issue. Mercury in retrograde makes it very difficult to be understood. There's going to be a lot more miscommunication. It can be a little bit more difficult to get your point across, to say the least. Breathe and rephrase. Saying the same thing over and over and over again is not getting you where you need to be. So rephrase what you're saying. Use different words. It's that same thing with, like, sometimes, somebody will say something to you and you're like, what? And they say the exact same thing over again and you're like, I know that you're using English, but I'm not processing what you're saying. Can you use different words? That's what you're gonna need to do at this point. You're gonna need to flip it. You're gonna need to have different language, different wording in order to get your ideas across. It doesn't even feel like you're giving commands or demands. It feels like you're having trouble just getting ideas, concepts across. And God, I don't know why, but it feels almost like you're working on a project or something that is supposed to turn into something more down the line, but right now you're absolutely stymied. Because I'm trying gently, I'm trying nicely. It's not getting through. It's not getting through. Do I need a court jester over here? Like, yeah, it's highly annoying, but a good queen keeps their composure and tries to delegate or use their bureaucracy in slightly different ways in order to get themselves across. So I hope that makes sense, my dear. Swear, this queen is just muttering at herself. Just oh my goodness, Dizzy. You poor thing. What are you working on that is causing you this much consternation? Okay, I'm oh man, yeah, no, it's a mutter, 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 mutter. I don't know if you do ancestral worship, but if you do, give them a little nudge. Give them a little nudge. They might be able to actually help you boost the signal, as it were. But yeah, if you're not being understood, change the wording, change how you're saying, change what you're saying, express it in a different way. Luckily, I think we've only got like 1 or 2 more weeks, week and a half, roughly, in retrograde left. So, yeah. Hey, I'm doing okay. I'm just hanging in there. You know how it goes. All the good things, all the good things. I got my Mayhem Market up and running now. I'm now putting in more items. I will be putting up some one-of-a-kind trench coats and whatnot. And we are aiming to pay rent at this point. Pay rent. But yes, if you're clever, find me. If you need custom order stuff, find me, DM me, let me know. Readings by Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Yay! So I will be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I will be back on 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I look good in everything, darling. It's because I pair little pops of other colors to go with. So instead, I could look a lot more flat, a lot more plain, but when you add a little bit of color to everything, it highlights that. And I'm learning to work with makeup in a way that actually complements my skin rather than kind of overriding myself, because that's what I was doing for a while. So I was going a little bit heavy, thinking, oh, I could, oh, you know what? Actually, some of the subtle works also, do well. What can I say? What can I say? Things that I've learned. Oh, yeah. Yes, and I will be putting up um I will be putting up ways to actually do commissioned orders for the corsets, for waist cinches, for clothing, artwork, all that kind of stuff. It's just going to take me probably till about Saturday night to get that done. I have a lot. I don't think I'm going to get everything listed by the end of this weekend, but I'm gonna try and get as much up as possible. A 2-layer corset is going to start at about 300. A 3-layer corset is going to start at about 400. It's just a matter of fabric costs a lot, especially for the particular fabrics that I use, and yeah. But yes, yes. I will try and get everything squared away as fast as possible, and I will be on tomorrow night from 6 p.m. PST till at least about maybe 9 or 10 o'clock. But yeah. Yeah, of course it is about usually 30 to 40 hours worth of work, especially if I'm doing the pattern drafting. Yeah, it's 30 to 40 hours worth of work for the pattern drafting included. So yeah. See, and funny enough, gold works in small amounts on me, but a lot of yellow tones, I actually have a lot of yellow tones in my skin. I look jaundice. I look really, really, really sick if I wear a lot of yellow, especially if it's not of a particular variety of yellow. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for recognizing that. Some people are like, I could get that for $60 over on Amazon. Then please do. Then please do. Because that's going to be plastic boning. It's going to be cheap taffeta. It's going to be, it's going to fall the fuck apart. Like, yeah, go ahead. Order that. Or order that. They are using, the cheapest labor possible from the global south. Like, okay, yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. But yeah. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you saying that. Okay, my darlings, I'm gonna head off. I do enjoy your company, but I need to get some rest and I need to get a few things done. Not to mention get some actual food into my system for a bit. So, thank you so much. I will be seeing y'all later. Bye. I'll try.